Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Lacey, Washington, here in the South Puget Sound. My name is Scott Gladstone. So excited to bring you two games of St. Martin's University softball here against Western Washington University. We got a great matchup for you today. These are two teams that are going to be competing atop the Great Northwest Athletic Conference. However, this is their final chance to knock off some rust before the start of conference play. I say that because they are conference foes. This is a non-conference matchup. Still counts for their regional rankings as a regional matchup, all that, but it does not count in terms of the Great Northwest Athletic Conference standings, which are obviously a huge factor in terms of the hunt for a regular season championship as well as a possible tournament seed to compete up at Simon Fraser, I believe, who is hosting at the end of this spring season. Real quick, I'm going to go over the lineups for both sides. I'll do it again once we get the game started. For Western Washington, it's Williams, Cargill, Rath, Petoy, Fessenbach, Davis, Christensen, Crum, and Karami. The pitcher is one of the best in the Great Northwest Athletic Conference, Marina Ramirez. On the other side, St. Martin's is led by Haley Agena. Kekai Schultz bats second, Brittany Patrick third, Connolly fourth, Schmidt fifth, Matlock sixth. The bottom three are Lawson, Salamanca, and Megan Convery. The starting pitcher today for SMU is Abby Runyon. We're just having the ends of the starting lineups being read off today, and then we're going to have the national anthem and get underway for Division II softball here at Saints Field on the campus of St. Martin's University. So stick around, and we'll have some softball for you coming right up on the other side of the national anthem. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Saints Softball on the Saints Digital Network. Welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Gladstone with you, bringing you the sights and sounds from the final day of non-conference action for St. Martin's University, as well as Western Washington University. The Vikings come in with a record of 8-6. They're coming off a win over Simon Fraser on Saturday, as all props to the Western Washington game management, administration, sports information staff there, led by Jeff Evans. They did a great job with the GNAC tournament up in Western Washington, and amidst that, they got themselves a single game of softball to play right before they hosted the men's and women's basketball championship on Sunday, the men's championship, which St. Martin's participated in. Luckily for them, to lessen some of the time restrictions, Western Washington got a mercy rule victory in 5 innings there. And they took care of business over Simon Fraser. St. Martin's took care of business against the Red Leafs yesterday. A narrow one-run win in game number 1, 5-4, and then they beat them 9-6 in game number 2. Game number 2 was started by Abby Runyon, who gets the nod in the circle today. Runyon on the season, a 2.77 ERA for St. Martin's University. She's going to face a lineup that is as follows. Kinsey Williams leading off. Cargill batting second and playing right field. Rath batting third. Those three are due up to start this contest. Patoy, Fessenbach, and Davis make up the middle three. Christensen, Crum, and Korami round out the starting 9. We'll see Marina Ramirez pitching in the bottom half of the inning against the Saints lineup. And I'll tell you about the Saints lineup when we get there. But first, let's get pitch number 1 underway to Kinsey Williams, who's the designated hitter in today's contest. And she's batting out of the left-handed batter's box. First pitch is fouled off the opposite way, a slap hitter, so the outfield will shift in and towards left field. Start time 11:56, a little bit early here. 46 degrees and a good variety of both clouds and sunlight here in Lacey, Washington. This game originally slated for last Friday, but moved to today due to the rain that happened all day Friday and Saturday down here in the South Puget Sound area. The 1-1 pitch coming in from Runyon. Misses up and away. Count goes to 2-1. There's 9 newcomers on this Western Washington roster, 11 returners. 2-1 pitch coming in. That one's hit on the ground. Over to Salamanca at third, and she guns it to first base to get the slap hitter Williams just in the nick of time, and it's a 5-3 ground out to get us underway here in game number 1 of the doubleheader between the Vikings and the Saints. The St. Martin's defense, Kakai Schultz is behind the plate, catching the balls and strikes from Abby Runyon. Salamanca, you just saw make that great throw from third. She's over at third base. Destiny Connolly's the shortstop. Shelby Lawson, after getting the day off yesterday, plays second base. Brittany Patrick is over at first base. First pitch in is in the zone, a called strike against Isabel Cargill. The outfield is Haley Agena, Megan Convery, and Olivia Schmidt. Agena also did not appear yesterday in either of the contests. As we get the 0-1 coming in, up high, count will go to 1-1 on Cargill. 279 batting average for Cargill. She has no home runs, 7 RBIs. One smacks the zone. Our home plate umpire is going to take his time on these the physical calls of balls and strikes here, so bear with me as I will have to wait for a half second to confirm whether something's a ball or a strike. This one's fouled off. We stay at 1-2. Cargill is a transfer from Idaho State, originally from Tracy, California. Former Bengal at ISU. Started her college career in Pocatello, Idaho. 1-2 as she holds up a threat to bunt before pulling it back and seeing the pitch go outside. Count is now 2-2 for Cargill, the right fielder today. Batting lefty. 2-2, 1 out. Top of the first here, just underway between the Saints and the Vikings. Pitch, off-speed one that was slapped foul into the netting above the Western Washington dugout. Western Washington led by Cheryl Gilmore in her 5th season. She's assisted by Labison, Francis, and Marino. Off the lower outside edge. Count goes full, 3-2 here, as Cargill has made Runyon work in this second at-bat of the contest. 3-2, 1 out. Batter number 2 up. Rath is also due up, the number 3 batter. Payoff pitch. Called. Strike 3. Now Haley Rath will step in there, batting in the 3-hole. She is a freshman, true freshman out of Eatonville, Washington. Gonna have to look up where exactly Eatonville is, see if maybe she's playing closer to home than she is when she's playing up in Bellingham. And she is. Likely to have some family maybe in attendance here. As the first pitch is a strike, count goes to 0-1. Eatonville right in the shadow of Mount Rainier. 0-1 pitch coming in to the freshman. She swings on that one, and it's a high fly ball. And backing up, it is gone. A home run for Haley Rath. Wow, she just slugged that one, and the closest GNAC school to her hometown. How about it? She apparently likes playing in this area. It is 1-0 Western Washington after the Rath's solo shot. Tyre Infield's going to meet to talk about that, as Abby Runyon was looking solid through the first 2 batters, but surely a batter getting a hold of your pitch as well as Rath did just there will definitely make you think twice. That is the 3rd home run for Haley Rath this season. She is the only Western Washington player to go yard. As Abby Runyon will get us back underway with a foul ball to make it 0-1 against Kanilehua Patoi. Patoi in her 2nd season for the Vikings out of Honolulu, Hawaii. That one misses low. Count goes to 1-1. Obviously, a lot further away from home is Patoi compared to Rath. 1-1. Handful of, as this one's fouled off, handful of Hawaii players on this St. Martin squad as well as the Western Washington squad. And the starting lineup for SMU today, I believe they have just one player that lists their hometown or their home state as Hawaii. This one's an inside pitch that's put up in the air into foul territory. We stay at 1-2. Only St. Martin's player in the starting lineup that calls Hawaii home is Haley Agena, the freshman left fielder. The one that saw that rash shot fly over her head and beyond the fence. On the outside edge, Abby Runyon paints it. Another called strike 3 to finish off the top of the first inning. However, a home run from Rath makes it 1-0. St. Martin's will be coming up to bat, but first, let's meet the SMU squad.
Lopez, utility from Waianae, Hawaii. I'm Tia Ridings. I'm from Tualatin, Oregon, and I'm a pitcher.
K.K. Schultz, catcher from Richfield, Washington.
Destiny Connerly, shortstop from Spanaway, Washington.
Malia Pinder, first base and left field, and I'm from Bothell, Washington.
Vanessa Smoke, second base, Troutdale, Oregon.
Riley Galdia, catcher, Kaneohe, Hawaii.
Hi, my name's Destiny Salamanca. I'm a third baseman from Norwalk, California.
Brittany Patrick, corners from Raymond, Washington.
Abby Runyon, pitcher, Brush Prairie, Washington.
Shelby Lawson, middle infield, Des Moines, Washington.
Chloe Levington, pitcher, Forks, Washington. Olivia Matlock, pitcher, first baseman, Raymond, Washington.
Olivia Schmidt, outfield, Eugene, Oregon.
I'm Katie Zagowski. I play right field, and I'm from Rockland, California.
Megan Convery, outfield from Seattle, Washington.
Marisol Bergstrom, outfielder from Port Orchard, Washington.
Haley Agenda, outfielder, Mililani, Hawaii.
JC Schmal, outfield from Snohomish, Washington.
Kalina Ira, outfielder, born and raised in Vallejo, California.
Back here, the warm-up pitches are just done. That was the entire St. Martin's roster, but the starting lineup is as follows. Agena leads off. Schultz bats second. Brittany Patrick third. The middle three is Connerly, Schmidt, and Matlock. The bottom three is Loston, Salamanca, and Megan Convery. Agena will lead us off, batting out of the left-handed batter's box and playing left field. Marina Ramirez, one of the best pitchers in the Great Northwest Athletic Conference in this early part of the season. She misses the lower outside corner there. Ball one to start us off. Again on the season, leading the St. Martin squad in batting average. She is batting .500 in 9 games played. That one misses up high. Count goes to 2-0. Agena, decent on-base percentage as a whole, .536. She's also been plunked and drawn a walk as well. 2-0 pitch coming in to Agena from Marina Ramirez. Swung on, up the middle, difficult field and throw as going down to her knees. That's going to be a hit because Patoy did have to shoot to her knees there to try and grab that one. And with the speed of Agena, it would have been difficult to expect her to make that play. Would have been, as the technical definition is, extraordinary effort from her to make that play. So call it an infield single for Haley Agena as we are underway for SMU, and looking to possibly bunt is K.K. Schultz as the first pitch misses outside. Why is Marina Ramirez so good? Well, let me give you some stats to back it up. A 1.18 ERA, 5-1 record. This is her 7th start. She has 3 complete games, 1 shutout, just 8 earned runs in a total of 47 1/3 innings pitched. K.K. Schultz drops down the bunt, and I don't know what the thought process was there, as turning around to try and make a force out at second was the first baseman, Fessenbeck. Yeah, I think that's going to be a sacrifice bunt fielder's choice rather than a sacrifice bunt hit, or rather than a bunt for hit. But now nobody out, and maybe Brittany Patrick might be in the same situation as we see a called strike started off. That one misses. Count goes to 1-1. One and one. Misses outside. Count goes to 2-1. One misses low. Now 3-1 for Brittany Patrick here. Three-one pitch coming into Brittany Patrick. Hitter's count. She swings away, laces it to short, fielded for one, the throw for two, and it's in time. And that's how you make up for a mental miscue on that sacrifice bunt attempt. Turn a 6-4-3 double play. Now two are gone with Agena sitting on third. Schultz is out. Patrick grounded into that one. Makes it even a little bit more painful. It was a 3-1 count that Patrick grounded into that double play. And now Destiny Connerly has a clutch situation, batting in the cleanup spot. Can Ramirez get out of this jam where she had 2 on with no outs? She misses the outside part of the plate on that pitch. She's been getting behind in counts, and that's something that we're not really used to seeing from Marina Ramirez. She has 48 strikeouts in 47 1/3 innings and just 22 walks. 1-0 pitch coming in. Ramirez sets, fires, and it misses low and in. Off the shoe tops, count goes to 2-0. Again, plenty of speed at third, but the speed isn't necessarily going to be put to the test here. Connerly just needs to do something with it. A hit would obviously get Agena across, tie this game up as it's 1-0 here in the bottom of the first. That one finds the outside part of the zone. A called strike. Count goes to 2-1. Connerly on the season, 348. She had a big triple yesterday to help fuel the St. Martins to the sweep over Simon Fraser. 2-1. A called strike again. Now it's 2-2 with 2 outs and a runner on third. St. Martin's, the inning started so well, this half inning did, as Agena was able to get on with an infield single, a sacrifice bunt fielder's choice that failed, got 2 on with nobody out, but a 6-4-3 double play has Marina Ramirez and the Vikings on the chance, or on the cusp of extinguishing the chance for St. Martin's. Batting average, opposing batting average against Marina Ramirez is 182. Can Connerly break through? Swung on, a high fly ball over to center field. It's caught by the center fielder Karami for out number 3. So 2 on with no outs, but out of the jam for Ramirez and the Vikings. We head to the second, 1-0. Western Washington leads. Back here, we are in the second inning of play, and we get Brooke Fessenbach to start us off. Fessenbeck, excuse me. She's the first baseman for Western Washington today. And the first pitch misses low. Count goes to 1-0. Abby Runyon, 19 pitches in that first inning. Looked pretty good, except for the solo shot where Haley Rath went yard off her. That one swings on the low pitch and slices it foul down the right field line. Count goes to 1-1. St. Martin's baseball team playing at the same exact time here. Across campus, just underway as well. There on the bottom of the first, it's 0-0 with Central Washington. That game against the GNAC foe is a conference game compared to this one, which will not go down in the GNAC standings. 1-1, Runyon fires it, swung on, fouled back. Getting under it was Fessenbeck. Fessenbeck on the season, .257 batting average. She has 0 home runs and 7 RBIs. Check swing. And makes contact with it, fouls it off, does Fessenbeck. Fessenbeck also, like Haley Rath, playing closer to home. Fessenbeck's a senior, so she's lived in Bellingham for a couple years now, but she is a former Olympia high school player, playing directly in her hometown. As that one misses the zone, count goes to 2-2. There's at least one other player from Olympia on this Western Washington squad. That one misses high and away. Count goes full, 3-2 now. Michaela Liljenberg, also from Olympia. As that one misses inside for ball 4. Fessenbeck starts off the second inning with a walk. As I know, I just said it was 0-0 in the St. Martin's baseball game. As we're going to get a mound visit here, but it actually is 1-0. St. Martin's has just taken a lead after Brady Bean, the leadoff man, hit a triple. And Alohi Areki, the number 2 batter, pushed him across with a sac fly. So St. Martin's ahead 1-0 there. They trail 1-0 here. We're having a visit at the circle with the infield. We'll see how long it takes, but we'll take a quick break here on the Saints Digital Network. 1-0. Fessenbeck just walked to first. Back here now, Amaya Davis will set up. As that pitch misses high, count goes to 1-0. For Western Washington fans viewing, trying to get a read on St. Martin's University, they have a 3-headed monster of sorts in terms of their pitching attack. As that one hits the zone, a called strike. Count is 1-1. Abby Runyon is a part of that. Tia Writings has pitched really well throughout this season, and Chloe Leverington, her games yesterday were stellar out of the pen. Swung on, ripped. It's a fair ball down the left field line. Green light. No, never mind. Fessenbeck is going to be told to hold up at third, but a double from Amaya Davis puts 2 in scoring position with no outs for Western Washington. Fessenbeck at third, Davis at second. Rachel Christensen, the catcher, will step up now. Christensen from Everett, Washington, a 4-year senior, steps into the left-handed batter's box. Shows bunt at first, then pulls it back as that one misses just outside. That's a tough call to not get when you got 2 on with no outs. Count is 1-0. Marina Ramirez didn't have this exact situation in the bottom of the first, but it was kind of close with runners on first and second, no outs. That one, a called strike. Count goes to 1-1. This is second and third, no outs. Ramirez pulled a Houdini and escaped from that one without allowing a run. Can Abby Runyon follow suit and find a way to keep Fessenbach off of home plate? That one misses high and away. Count goes to 2-1. Swing and a miss. Christensen was thinking big on that one. Came up empty on the high pitch. Count goes to 2-2. No outs here. Top of the second. A solo home run, the only scoring play right now, but Christensen can change it here with a good crack on it. Foul ball. Christensen has appeared in 7 games and is batting .267. Just 4 hits for her this season, 15 at-bats, 2 runs scored, and she does not have an RBI this season. Very easily could change that. Was thinking slap there as it missed high. Count goes to 3-2. Big full count pitch here as Runyon slaps the ball into her glove, prepares to throw it. 3-2, no outs. Low and away. Count will expire with a full count walk, and McKenna Crum has the big opportunity now with the bases loaded and nobody gone. Warm-ups starting to get underway, maybe very quickly starting to get underway as Chloe Leverington is throwing to a catcher standing up in the bullpen. So it's not quite in its final stages. And here we have maybe a pinch hitter? I believe this is a pinch hitter. But from my angle out here, I do not have a good view of who it is, as that one misses up high. I think it's number 18, Isabella Bay, that's stepping in. There's a called strike. Number 18, Isabella Bay, is pinch hitting here in this big moment. She comes in for McKenna Crum. Isabella Bay, .556 batting average, but she's only had 9 at-bats. That's a strike. Count goes to 1-2. Big moment for Bay here, the true freshman out of Spokane, Washington. 1-2 pitch, no outs. What can Bay do with it? Misses up high. Count goes to 2-2. Western Washington batters have really worked these counts well here in the first inning and change of this contest, especially in the second. 2-2. Called strike 3. Just clips the lower outside corner. A big punch-out pitch from Abby Runyon, and the pinch hitter does not pay off for head coach Cheryl Gilmore. And now it will be Taylor Karami that will step in, the center fielder. First pitch up high. Count goes to 1-0. Bases loaded, 1 out now. That means there is a chance for a double play, but really any ball hit into the field of play is most likely going to give St. Martin's trouble. The 1-0 pitch smacks the zone. A called strike. Count is 1-1. Both Tia Ridings and Chloe Leverton are warming up in the bullpen for SMU. 1-1 pitch with 1 out. Runyon fires that one into the zone. It's fouled off. And now Runyon is ahead in the count 1-2. 1-2, 1 out. Runyon asking for a new ball, I believe. Throws that one to Schultz behind the plate. Tossed off to the side. Jim Peterson stepped out of the dugout there a little bit. Try and get his calls in here to his pitcher, Abby Runyon. Peterson, like Gilmore in his 5th season. Up high, got a flinch out of the batter, Karami, but she holds back. Count goes to 2-2. 1 out here, bases loaded. Fessenbeck on third, Davis on second, Christensen on first. A 2-2. Swing and a miss. Abby Runyon gets a huge strikeout, and 2 are gone in the top of the second. We flip over the lineup card to the leadoff batter, Kinsey Williams, who is 0 for 1 today. And this would be true magic if Runyon is able to escape this jam. That one misses off the lower outside corner. Count goes to 1-0. Outfield shifts in, preparing for the slap hitter, and Kinsey Williams, who's the designated hitter today. 1-0. Slices away at it, and it's fouled off into the parking lot. Count will go to 1-1. Runyon, this will be her 30th pitch of the inning. It is 46 degrees out there, so not freezing, but the hand probably starting to feel a little bit cold out there. This one's right in the zone and slapped foul on the ground down the third base line. 1-2 is the count now. Can Runyon get out of a bases-loaded no-outs jam with 3 straight strikeouts? She just needs 1 strike to do that. One, 2 outs, bases loaded for Western Washington and Kinsey Williams. One swing of the bat. Could have a lot of Vikings coming home, though. Just off the outside part of the plate. Nearly a 3rd strike and a 3rd straight strikeout for Abby Runyon in the clutchest of scenarios. 2-2, 2 outs, top of the second. Slap to short. The flipped over to third, and we are waiting for a sign and a slow fist up in the air from the umpire standing over third base, as with the slap hitter hitting it across the diamond, Destiny Connerly decided to just take the shorter throw and flip it to Salamanca, who was running back to third to cover it. She tapped the bag just in time. A little bit of an argument still going on from Cheryl Gilmore, but likely to no avail. Out of the bases loaded jam goes Abby Runyon. It's still 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the second. back here, just about ready to get underway as Ramirez sets to fire the opening pitch of the bottom of the second. It will hit the outside corner of the plate. Count will go to 0-1. Fooled Olivia Schmidt on that one, did Ramirez on the upstairs pitch. Swing and a miss makes it 0-2. Re-enter Crum into left field if you're following along on a scorecard, as the pinch hitter does not pay off. For Western Washington, it's a 3-pitch strikeout for Marina Ramirez. One gone as Olivia Schmidt goes down swinging. Up comes the freshman Olivia Matlock. Matlock's going to be pulled back to the dugout, I believe. Jim Peterson's going to go over something with her. I don't know what the reason for the delay is right now. Well, we're back underway. I think Jim Peterson just wanted to see how that first at bat shook out, and then, well, now we're back underway with one gone here in the bottom of the second. First pitch swinging and rifled into right field. A base hit from Olivia Matlock will get her aboard with one away in the bottom of the second. Now up comes Shelby Lawson. Real quick, let me give you the outfield alignment. For Western Washington, from left to right, it's Crum, Karami, and Cargill. The infield is made up of Davis, Rath, Patoy, and Fessenbeck, and the catcher is Christensen. Called strike to start off the at-bat for Shelby Lawson. This is the first home at-bat for Shelby Lawson. This one's hit up in the air towards right field. Backing up and making the catch is Cargill. So the F9 will put two away in the bottom of the second. Destiny Salamanca now steps in with two gone. As Marina Ramirez prepares to fire. And she does up high. That's going to be a passed ball, as the catcher Christensen should have come down with that one. So Matlock will move up 60 feet. Now she's in scoring position. Salamanca, a base hit, could tie this contest. That's off the plate. Count goes to 2-0. Foul ball back into the netting. Count will go to 2-1. Two outs. Matlock on second. Salamanca at the plate. Swings on it. Just gets a piece of it. Goes between the legs of the catcher Christensen. Count will now even up at 2-2. Marina Ramirez, the pitcher, originally from Maple Valley, Washington, not too far from here. Two outs. Salamanca prepares to receive from the Vikings ace. Check swing up high. Appeal over to third, and the third base ump said that she went. That's a really difficult call to make unless you're down the first base line, but with the right-hander at the plate and the other umpire in a worse position near second base, they had to appeal over to third base, and that umpire says, yes, sir. She went around, and it will be a swinging strike three. It's nothing to show for the Matlock base hit. We'll be right back for the top of the third. Back here, it's Isabel Cargill to lead off this inning. It's 2, 3, and 4 for Western Washington. And a strike to start it off versus Cargill. It would be Rath and Patoy as well in this half inning for the Western Washington Vikings. 0-1 is up high. Count goes 1-1. Abby Runyon still out there doing work. She escaped that jam as it was runners on first, second, and third. Bases loaded with no outs last inning, and Runyon was able to get out of it. Now the 1-1. Misses off the plate. Count goes to 2-1. Time is called. That one swung on, and it's a foul ball to even up the count at 2-2. Waited on that one and swung it down the third base line, but it's a foul ball. Our umpire over there runs out of the way of it. Count will stay at 2-2. And this one is hit up into the air, foul near the parking lot. This one hit to Connerly. It's short, nearly beating it out is Isabel Cargill, but a great throw from Connerly puts one away in the top of the third. That one misses up high. Count goes to 1-0. And this one is hit up into the air, a foul ball, and count goes to 1-1. That one misses up high. Count goes to 2-1. Foul ball, and we're even at 2-2 again. Haley Rath at the plate. Her first time up, she smacked a home run over the left field fence. She would love to do that again. 2-2. Up high, we go full. Rath, the shortstop today. Right behind her, Patoy due up as well. 3-2. Swung on, up in the air, over near Patrick, and it will hit the top of the dugout. No chance for Patrick to get that one, unless her arm was about 4 or 5 feet longer to reach up there. And we'll do another 3-2 pitch. Just 2 hits per side right now. The difference is the Rath home run. These 2 squads that will be fighting atop the GNAC standings this year. Just a few points ahead in the preseason poll was St. Martin's over Western Washington. That ball is up and in, and Rath will walk on the full count. Back up is Kanilehua Patoy. First pitch is up the middle for a base hit. Rath will hold at second. And 2 are aboard with 1 out. And another inning where Abby Runyon is going to have to deal with some pressure and some runners on the base paths. And that one's in the zone, a called strike. Oh, and 2 is the count. As that one is fouled back. And we stay 0-2. And a swing and a miss. A big strikeout of Brooke Fessenbeck. And there are 2 outs here in the top of the third. That one misses up high. Count goes to 1-0. Amaya Davis in last time up. She doubled. And now the count is 2-0. Two outs and 2 on. This one swung on, and it's going to be just beyond the glove of Connerly at short. Agena will try and throw home, and it will be not in time. An RBI single from Amaya Davis scores Rath. It is 2-0 Western Washington. First pitch here is a called strike to Rachel Christensen. Count goes to 0-1. Swing and a miss. Count goes to 0-2. Two outs. As this one is slapped foul down the third base line, the count stays 0-2. Runyon fires that one in, and it misses. Davis on first, Patoy on second. It's a 2-0 game. 1-2 count, 2 outs. And this one's a slow roller over to third. Salamanca fields, but no throw opportunity for her as Christensen beats it out. And the slap infield hit is going to load the bases with 2 gone. Up comes McKenna Crum here. McKenna Crum, another left-handed slap hitter. This one is to Connerly, and Connerly is going to just field it and not be able to have a play anywhere. It will be another infield single for the Western Washington Vikings. Call that one a hit. And Patoy scores. It is 3-0. There's going to be a quick conversation in the circle. We'll take a quick break. It's 3-0 in the top of the third. Western Washington leads. First pitch is a ball to Taylor Karami. Karami 0 for 1. And now she's ahead 1-0 with 2 outs, bases loaded, trying to cash something in here, make it an even bigger inning for Western Washington, who's put 2 across here. A foul ball, count goes to 1-1. That pitch hits the top part of the zone. A called strike, count goes to 1-2. 1-2, 2 outs. Western Washington leads 3-0 here in the second inning in a row. They've gotten the bases loaded here. As that one misses low and away, count goes to 2-2. Two-two. Swung on, foul. Count will stay at 2-2. Swing and a miss. Runyon minimizes the damage, but 2 do come across. St. Martin's needs to find a breakthrough on Ramirez. Convery, Agena, and Schultz will have their chance in the bottom of the third. Back here, we're in the bottom of the third inning. It's 3-0. St. Martin's trails Western Washington University. Megan Convery is the player to step up, the final player for either side to have an at-bat, and it's Convery. Convery going to give maybe Western Washington a little bit of their own medicine. About 2/3 plus of their lineup is slap hitters. So is Convery. She'll step into the left-handed batter's box and see what damage she can do. She sees the first one in the zone. A called strike, count goes to 0-1. No outs here. Convery, the leadoff batter, as she squares to bunt there before pulling it back and seeing that ball go low and away. Count goes to 1-1. That one misses low and outside as well. Count is now 2-1. Two-one pitch coming in. Hits the outside part of the plate. Called strike, and we're at 2-2. Convery still waiting to find a good one to swing at. 2-2 with no outs here. Bottom of the third inning. Of course, 7 innings today and 7 innings in game number 2 between these two sides. Slaps that one foul off the netting above the Western Washington dugout. Another foul ball. And we stay 2-2. Convery Jr. out of Fairview, Oregon. Standing just 5'2", playing center field all 3 games this weekend thus far for St. Martin's University. 2-2 pitch with no outs. Ramirez sets, fires, and it skips in the dirt. We're going to have a full count upcoming. The outfield is not as shifted in as the St. Martin's outfield gets. This one's hit up into the air. It's going to be over the netting. Out of play once again. Convery stays alive. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pitch at bat to start off the bottom of the third. St. Martin's needs some of these longer at bats to start to chip away at Ramirez, who they've gotten 2 hits on, but nothing else to show for it. Another foul ball. We'll do 3-2 once more. Chloe Leverton warming up in the pen right now. She has been really since the second inning. And it seems the catcher that she's with was down in the crouch receiving pitches, and then I think she just gave him a thumbs up. So look for Chloe Leverton to possibly sub in next inning. And that is ball 4, a gritty 10-pitch at-bat for Megan Convery to earn herself a walk and put herself on first for Haley Agena, who is up next. Agena slapped an infield single to the Western Washington second baseman. Her first time up was left stranded at third base in the bottom of the first inning. Ramirez sets, fires it in. Looking to possibly bunt was Agena, and it finds the outside corner of the zone, a called strike. Something that you rarely see that we get here today is a left-handed catcher as Christensen throws with her left hand behind the plate there. Agena swings away at that one, fouls it into the netting, and it's an 0-2 count. No outs here. Runner on first, bottom of the third inning. St. Martin's trailing 3-0 here in the early part of this contest. Game 1 of 2 against Western Washington before the Vikings head back to Bellingham tonight. Swung on and missed. Agena strikes out on 3 pitches. And there is one gone in the bottom of the third. As up comes Kikai Schultz. That one paints the lower outside corner, a called strike. Ramirez sets to fire the 0-1. Up high again. A stunted throw from the catcher, Christensen. We've seen her do that a couple times. Count goes to 1-1. That one misses. Count goes to 2-1. One out. Ramirez sets in the circle and fires it. Swung on up in the air, and it'll be out of play behind home plate. Foul ball makes it 2-2. Schultz, her first time up, hit that sacrifice bunt that the first baseman Fessenbeck tried to throw to second. It was Clearly not in time. As that one is ripped hard and off the glove of the third baseman, Davis. Call it a base hit, as that would have been a hot one for Davis to try and grab. And 2 are aboard with 1 out. Convery sits on second with good speed as the Saints try and break up the shutout that Marina Ramirez and Western Washington have going right now. First pitch misses low. Count goes to 1-0. Christensen has been pump faking all over the place to first base to try and get Schultz or Convery to treat her with a little bit more respect behind the plate. Make sure they don't inch too far away. That one hits the zone. A strike will make it 1-1. 1-1, 1 out, runners on first and second here. 3-0 game in the bottom of the third inning. Ramirez sets, leans back and fires, dropping down a bunt attempt and coming up empty on it. Will make it 1-2 as Patrick couldn't connect. Patrick had a similar situation last time up. She had runners on first and second with no outs last time, and she came up empty, grounding into a double play to knock out both herself and Schultz. That one's low, and it goes over to third, and that's going to be booted by the third baseman, Davis. The throw into third is not in time, and it will work out as a run-scoring play. I believe that is going to go down as an error on the third baseman, Davis. At least that's how I'll see it for now. Convery scores on it. And Schultz advances to third. Patrick gets to second. Three to 1 is our score now. After the E5 helps Convery score on the Patrick hit. And Patrick was at the plate. It's a tough luck error for her. As that one misses high, count goes to 1-0. That means as of right now, it will be an unearned run against the pitcher, Marina Ramirez. One, 1 out. Swung on, out of play. Count goes to 1-2. Like I said, 1 out, so that means a sacrifice fly is very much in play with Schultz on third. Connerly with decent power at the plate. 1-2 is the count, 1 out. That one just misses the lower outside corner. Count goes to 2-2. 2-2, 1 out, bottom of the third. Runners on second and third. Patrick's on second. Schultz is on third. Destiny Connerly at the plate, 0 for 1. The fly out to center field. Something like that would likely get a run home here. This one slapped down the right field line. Foul out of play over the St. Martin's bullpen. Another 2-2 pitch coming in from Ramirez to Connerly. Ramirez has thrown 27 pitches this inning. Misses off the plate. Count will go full now for Connerly. If she can find a way to walk, she'll load the bases for Olivia Schmidt, who has struck out on 3 pitches her first time seeing Ramirez. Swung on and missed. Connerly strikes out on the full count pitch. And a big moment for Ramirez to get the K. We've seen some clutch pitching from Abby Runyon to minimize damage against the Saints. But there, Ramirez possibly does herself a big favor by taking away a sacrifice opportunity. Now Schmidt needs to not get out, needs to not allow one of her teammates to get out. First pitch misses high and away. Count goes to 1-0. 2 outs here, bottom of the third, 3-1 St. Martin's, as a run did score on the error by Davis over at third base. 1-0 pitch. A called strike. Count goes to 1-1. 1-1, 2 outs, bottom of the third. 3-1 our score. Patrick at second. Schultz at third. Schmidt receives that one up high. Count goes to 2-1. Christensen, a very active catcher behind the plate. Every time she jumps out of her stance to grab a ball, she gives a good hard look at third base to make sure Schultz isn't doing anything funny down there. 2-1. Swung on, fouled back. Ramirez just needs one more strike to get herself out of this jam with only one unearned run across. All the outs, or any runs that would score the remainder of this inning would go as unearned against Ramirez. 2-2, 2 outs. Ramirez sets. Picks her pitch. Leans back and fires. Swung on and missed. Ramirez out of it with just one across home plate. It is 3-1. Western Washington leads as we head to the fourth. Top of the fourth, it is 3-1. Western Washington leads. Kinsey Williams will lead off the inning as she leads off this Western Washington lineup. And the outfield crunches in to prepare for the slap hitter in Williams. This one lifted right to Agena in left field, and that's why you put your outfielders where you do against the slap hitter, as regular outfield playing straight up would not have had a chance to get that one. Instead, it just slices right into the glove of Agena. One pitch, one gone here in the top of the fourth. Time is called before Cargill steps back in. Fouls off the first pitch. Count goes to 0-1. A called strike makes it 0-2. Strikeout and a ground out is the two previous times up to the plate for Isabel Cargill. Cargill, like her pitcher, a transfer from Idaho State, and she ripped that shot to Destiny Connerly, but a line out to Connerly at short is going to be good for out number 2. Two gone, top of the fourth. It's 3-1. Western Washington leads. Up comes Haley Rath, who's 1 for 1. She has a walk as well as a home run. Abby Runyon is still out there for St. Martin's. And the first pitch she fires is fouled off by Rath. Count goes to 0-1. Yeah, there's a reason why this Western Washington squad, they have no home runs from anybody else but Rath, but they still have a winning record. It's because of all the slap hitters that are really never going to go yard. But they will continue to just chip away at you until they start getting runs to go across, and that's worked today. As the 1-1 will come in. Swung on, foul back. Count goes to 1-2. Rath, one of those swing away pitchers or batters. And Isabella Bay was a pinch hitter that they brought in with a chance to possibly do some damage with the bases loaded and no outs. And she came up empty in a big moment. As of right now, Western Washington not worrying about that too much with a 2-run cushion, but could always get fishy. Two, just off the body of Rath. Count goes 3-2. Two outs. Payoff pitch into Rath, and it's upstairs. Rath will walk for a second straight time. In comes the second baseman for Western Washington, Patoy. Patoy is 1 for 2. With a single her last time up. And this one, it'll be another single for her as it gets in between short and third. So Patoy is now 2 for 3 on the day. With 2 singles, Rath moves into scoring position at second base. Runyon's up at 96 pitches. Fessenbeck will step in. Fessenbeck 0 for 1. Walked her first time up, struck out swinging in her most recent trip to the plate. Runyon leans back and fires. Off the shoe tops, it's 1-0. 1-0, 2 outs. Stepping out to take a breath is Fessenbeck. I believe Runyon was tying her shoe or something there. The 1-0. Ripped to second and fielded cleanly by Shelby Lawson. That will do it for out number 3 in the top of the 4th. 2 get on, but nobody across. It's still 3-1. Western Washington in front. Back here in the bottom of the 4th, it'll be Matlock, Lawson, and Salamanca due up for St. Martin's University. Matlock 1 for 1. She singled against Ramirez into right field her first time up. Matlock, a 5'9" freshman out of Menlo, Washington. First pitch off the outside of the plate. Count goes to 1-0. That one will miss low, and it's 2-0. Matlock on the season, batting 154 coming into this contest. And that one does hit the outside edge. Count goes to 2-1 for Olivia Matlock. St. Martin's baseball team currently in the top of the 5th. They're up 5-3 over Central Washington University in their GNAC opening series. They split yesterday thanks to a Pitcher of the Week performance from Justice Yamashita, who went all 7 innings of a complete game shutout and had himself a day. 2-2 is the count. No outs here. Leadoff batter at the bottom of the 4th inning. We'll play 7 before taking a break and then playing 7 more innings. Bottom of the 4th here. Low-scoring affair, but it has not come without tense moments. As Marina Ramirez got out of a little bit of a jam last inning, and Abby Runyon, every inning except for the first, has had multiple base runners on against her, but for the most part, being able to escape with only 3 runs against her, that has been clutch pitching from Runyon. Ball 4 just off the outside of the plate. Matlock will walk to first, and Shelby Lawson will come in 0 for 1 with a fly out to right field for Lawson. Jim Peterson's going to come out. He's going to make a pinch runner right now. The pinch runner coming in is Marisol Bergstrom. Bergstrom, sophomore out of Port Orchard, Washington, will replace Matlock on the base paths, and that's what you got to do with nobody gone the speedy play in there, see what Bergstrom can do on the bases. Foul ball to start it off against Shelby Lawson, who was told to swing away on the first pitch of the at-bat. 3-1 is our score here, so Bergstrom scoring wouldn't tie this game, but bring it within one. Lawson, the right-hander, prepares to receive the 0-1 pitch. Swings on it, again fouled up and out of play. Lawson, native of Des Moines, Washington, 5'7" freshman, graduate of Kennedy Catholic High School. 0-2. Ramirez sets, prepares to fire. It's low, count goes to 1-2. This one's up into the air and over, out of play. We'll do 1-2 once more. One, two, no outs. Bottom of the fourth. Off the plate. And again, Christensen behind the plate being so active to try and keep runners honest. Count goes to 2-2. Outfield is at their regular depth here, playing it pretty straight up. 2-2 pitch coming in to Lawson. Off the outside of the plate, Bergstrom's running, and it's not cleanly caught there at second base. It might have been a throw out there. But Bergstrom just able to beat it out, and it was not fielded cleanly by Rath, the shortstop. Now Bergstrom sitting in scoring position, giving a little bit more wiggle room to Lawson at the plate. At least there will be no force at second base anymore. 3-2 pitch coming in, full count. Swung on, high up in the air. Third baseman ranging over, but it won't be enough room for Davis to make the play. We'll have a foul ball that'll mean another 3-2 pitch coming in. Lawson on the season. We didn't see her in yesterday's doubleheader. 348 batting average for the freshman. Big moment for her in her first game played here at home. 3-2. Ripped into left field, a base hit. Bergstrom given the stop sign, and she is back into third successfully, and then taking advantage of the attempt to get the runner at third. Lawson a heads-up base running play, and she scampers into second. So it'll be a single where she'll get to second on the throw. Two are in scoring position with nobody out here in the bottom of the fourth. Destiny Salamanca is the one at the plate, preparing to receive the pitches from Ramirez. Ramirez, D1 transfer from Idaho State. Like her teammate Isabel Cargill. What a moment this is for Salamanca. Sophomore out of Norwalk, California. 2 on, nobody out. Off the outside of the plate, a ball makes it 1-0. Salamanca ahead. Her first time up Salamanca struck out swinging against Ramirez. Ramirez at 77 pitches. The next pitch will be number 78. This one swung on, a foul out of play. The count is 1-1. That one misses off the plate. Now 2-1. Marisol Bergstrom, the pinch runner, is at third base. Shelby Lawson is at second. 2-1 is swung on. It's a foul ball, and it's 2-2. Marina Ramirez so good at striking players out, and with barely any wiggle room, this is the moment that she needs a K. Give her just a little bit more room to breathe. 2-2 pitch with no outs. Ramirez sets, leans back, and fires. Swung on, a missed. A huge strikeout for Marina Ramirez. And one is away for Megan Convery to step up here in the bottom of the fourth. Convery looks to be hesitating, maybe a pinch hitter coming in, as Jim Peterson might try and find somebody with a little bit more pop or outfield potential in their bat rather than the slap hitter that is Convery, to try and see if he can at least get a sacrifice fly out of something. And it will be Malia Pinder that will step in. Pinder did not appear in the doubleheader yesterday. The Bothell, Washington native now has her first matchup with Marina Ramirez. 2 on, 1 out. First pitch is in the zone, a called strike. Infield is crunched a little bit in here, but Pinder, if you know her, you know that she has some pop in her bat. The left-hander prepares to receive the 0-1. Off the plate, count goes to 1-1. Marina Ramirez handled the first couple innings pretty dang well, but last inning and this inning, she's been made to work a little bit more. She's up at 83 pitches, the 1-1. Now it is 2-1. She threw 16 pitches in the first inning, 11 in the second. But the last two innings have been 34 and 22, or 23 now, respectively. 2-1, 1 out. Ramirez picks her pitch and fires. Swing and a miss from Pinder. Again, Ramirez. Plenty of strikeouts on her stat sheet this year. She is more than capable of getting another K here, taking any sacrifice chances off the board. Can Pinder say something about it? 2-2. Low and away. We go full. Pinder will not likely stay in the game and play center field. You wouldn't expect. Full count. 3-2. 1 out. Bergstrom on third. Lawson on second. Low and away. Pinder walks. She is fired up walking to first. Bases will be loaded. Will Jim Peterson make any other changes as Haley Agena steps up? He yells something out, and it will be a change as Convery will step back in for Pinder. Malia Pinder earns herself a walk to load the bases. Then the base running duties are lended back to Convery. And she slots back in. So Pinder does her job, doesn't get out, and now it's the bases loaded for St. Martin's University here against Marina Ramirez. Agena, the freshman, will stand at the plate. First pitch up high to Agena. Called ball. Count goes to 1-0. Agena stands just 5'1". Not a very big strike zone to hit. The 1-0 coming in from Ramirez. Swung on, put some air under that one. Count goes to 1-1. Any ball to the outfield, likely have a good chance to score Bergstrom from third. A 1-1 pitch coming in to Agena. Swings on it. High fly ball in the infield. And it's caught by the third baseman, Davis, and a huge pop-up in the infield for out number 2. Now it's Kikai Schultz. And she has a chance here to do some damage, but at the same time, Ramirez, despite allowing the bases to get loaded, could get out of it the same way Runyon pulled a Houdini trick all the way back in the second inning. That first pitch to Schultz misses up and away. Schultz is 1 for 2. Actually, she's 2 for 2. That bunt that she reached on will be changed to a hit. And then she also singled her last time up. 1-1. A called strike. Count goes, or 1-0, makes it 1-1 with a called strike. Bottom of the fourth here. Schultz prepares to receive with the bases loaded. Off the plate. Count goes to 2-1. Ramirez at 93 pitches. She's nearly equal with Runyon now in terms of pitches. Runyon's at 98 right now. We'll see if she comes back out there. Again, if this were a baseball game, you'd start to think it's the end of the day, but softball, you can pretty comfortably sometimes almost go twice the 98, 93 marks that we're seeing. Swing and a miss makes it 2-2. 2-2, 2 outs. Can Ramirez get out of the jam? With Bergstrom on third, Lawson on second, Convery on first. The 2-2, 2-out pitch. Hit over to third, and Davis fields the hot shot and taps the bag for a fielder's choice there at third base to finish off the escape of the jam. It is still 3-1. Western Washington leads as we head to the fifth inning. Abby Runyon still out doing work on the mound for St. Martin's University, and by on the mound I mean in the circle. She will fire the first pitch and just miss the legs of Amaya Davis. Davis, the third baseman for Western Washington, had herself a good day thus far, a double and a single. She is one of the non-slap hitters on this Western Washington squad. She hits that one hard, nearly takes out a third base coach. Foul ball will make it 1-1. St. Martin's baseball. They're in the fifth inning as well. They're up 5-4 over Central Washington University. That one misses. Count goes to 2-1. Runyon now over 100 pitches. She's at 101 with that ball. Outfield shifted towards left field for the right-hander, Davis. This one swung on, hit to Connerly at short. Connerly fields and throws, zipped into the glove of Patrick for one gone in the top of the fifth. Rachel Christensen now steps in. Christensen with a walk and a single. That one will miss. Count goes to 1-0 on Christensen. That one was up high, but a late swing taken by Christensen. She'll foul it off, and the count will even up at 1-1. 1-1, one out. Top of the fifth inning here. That one will miss off the plate, and it goes to 2-1. This one's slapped, and it's going to go foul down the left field line. The count is back even at 2-2 now. Top of the fifth inning here in a 7-inning contest. 3-1 is our score. Western Washington leads. 2-2 pitch. Slowly hit to Connerly. Connerly throws, and another good throw and stretch from Patrick. We have two gone here in the top of the fifth. McKenna Crum will step up to the plate. Crum was pinch hit for in a big moment with the bases loaded and nobody out. Pinch hit call did not end up working, as that one will hit the zone, a called strike. And then her last time up, McKenna Crum got herself a base hit on an infield slap hit. 0-1. That one will just, that'll hit on the outside. Count goes to 0-2. 0-2, two outs, top of the fifth here. Runyon trying to turn it back over to her offense. This one's just foul down the third base line, and we'll do 0-2 once more. Runyon at 110 pitches now. And of those 110, nearly 70 have been strikes. That means she's about 63% strike percentage. Crum to face the 0-2. Slow roller, Connerly. All three of our outs are 6-3 ground outs. And we'll be right back for the bottom of the fifth. It's 3-1. Western Washington leads. Back here, we're in the bottom of the 5th. And Brittany Patrick will start off this inning. It's Patrick, Connerly, and Schmidt. First pitch from Ramirez, misses outside. Count goes to 1-0. That one's a foul ball. We go to 1-1. No outs here, bottom of the 5th inning. Another foul ball. Will put us at 1-2. No outs here. Leadoff batter. The bottom of the 5th here is Brittany Patrick. She reached on an error as well as grounded into a double play today, so 0 for 2 technically. Foul ball there. She did help score the lone run of the game for St. Martin's, though, when she hit a ball with good pace down the third base line. One, two. No outs. Bottom of the 5th. Misses off the plate. We go to 2-2. That was pitch number 100 from Marina Ramirez. So now she's into triple digits. Don't seem to be warming up in the Saints pen. We do have a Viking warming up as the count will go full as that one misses high. Looking over there, it's number 12, Hanako Hirai. So we'll see if she sees any action as a leadoff walk is to Brittany Patrick. And the first batter will be aboard. Destiny Connerly now steps in. 0 for 2 is Connerly. Strikeout flyout for the Saints shortstop. Connerly made all 3 defensive plays last inning when she fired 3 ground balls that came at her over to first base, all in time. All were difficult plays. But she has a gun over there from the shortstop position. First pitch was on the outside. It was bobbled for a brief second by Christensen, but again, out of her crouch, and she has shown no hesitation to try and bluff a runner back to first. That one's right down Main Street. It will be a strike to even up the count at 1-1. That one's up high. Maybe considering a bunt is Connerly. It kind of seems like her bat is flinching to think about that. She gets a sign from Jim Peterson, who's coaching third, the manager of this St. Martin squad. 2-1, no outs. Connerly prepares to receive from Ramirez. That one is off the plate. Yes, it is. 3-1. Hitters count for Destiny Connerly, the junior out of Spanaway, Washington. Ramirez leans back and fires, and it's off the plate. 2 straight walks from Marina Ramirez. Every time I say Marina, it gets harder, I think. We're going to have a conversation in the circle, and we'll take a quick break on the broadcast. We'll see if there's any sort of pitching change that will happen. Right now, it just looks like the infield coming in to talk with Ramirez. We'll be right back. Back here, there is 2 on and nobody out as Olivia Schmidt steps up. Or actually, this is a pinch hitter. Olivia Schmidt's a righty, and this is not a right-hander. This one misses up high. It is Kalina Yura who steps in there to the left-handed batter's box. Kalina Yura out of Vallejo, California. Her first at-bat of this weekend. That one is in the zone. A called strike. Count goes to 1-1. Yura, 5'3" freshman, batting out of the left-handed batter's box. A graduate of St. Patrick St. Vincent High School. 1-1. Swung on, foul back. Vallejo, California. And I know this because I broadcast the basketball games as well, so I look at their roster plenty. Also the hometown of St. Martin's lone women's basketball all-conference selection, a second-team all-conference point guard, Angel Galbraith, also from Vallejo. 1-2. Up high, count goes to 2-2. Ramirez being allowed the opportunity to get herself out of another jam here. We've seen both pitchers find their way to wriggle out of dangerous opportunities. Only 4 runs across, but we've seen plenty of base runners in this contest. 2-2 pitch. Down low, and it gets through the legs, a 5-hole of the catcher. It's going to be a wild pitch on Marina Ramirez to make it 3-2 and put 2 runners in scoring position with no outs. (3-2). No outs. Connerly on second. Patrick on third. Good speed on the bases for St. Martin's. Yura at the plate. Swings on that one. Hit weakly down the left field line, but right in between where the third baseman Davis and the left fielder Crum could get to it. So it'll fall in foul territory. Let's do a full count pitch once more. St. Martin's baseball team across campus just got tied up with Central Washington. They're in the top of the 6th there, just a little bit ahead of us. It's 5-5 in that one, so plenty of good diamond sports down at St. Martin. Still time to get down here and watch some softball or baseball. Yura will swing and miss at that one, so she'll go down on strikes as we see who will come in at this position, and it looks to be Marisol Bergstrom that will step in. No, it'll be Olivia Matlock. This is a DH position right here, so Jim Peterson kept it as Bergstrom, waiting to see if he wanted to re-enter Matlock or find a way to keep Bergstrom in there, depending on what the situation was. But with 1 out, a chance to possibly get a sacrifice, probably put in Matlock because of that. Matlock will have more than just a sacrifice. It's a base hit. Green light. Connerly heading home. We are tied. A 2 RBI single from Olivia Matlock. It is 3-3 here at Saints Field. The freshman coming up clutch to score Patrick and Connerly. Shelby Lawson will now step in. 1 for 2 is Shelby Lawson. And with one out here, bottom of the fifth, Matlock on first. Looks good for Matlock, of course, who came up with the clutch hit, but Jim Peterson also making the right call to put Matlock back in the key situation. The freshman absolutely unfazed, coming through with the hit into right field. Marina Ramirez, again, over 20 pitches in an inning. After those first two where she threw a combined 27, she has been made to work the past three. One of the best pitchers in this conference, getting all she can handle from the Saints batters that are finding a way to push some across, but really just extending at-bats. And, you even look at Yura, who ended up striking out, but made that a long at-bat, pushed it to a full count, got a wild pitch out of it. Squaring a bunt, dropping it down. Ramirez will field, Ramirez will throw. It's on target and in time to first base, but a sacrifice bunt, call it 1-4 sacrifice bunt, will be good for out number 2. Matlock moves into scoring position at second. Patoya, good job from second base there covering. As now Destiny Salamenko will step in. Salamenko with a runner in scoring position, a possible go-ahead runner sitting on second in Olivia Matlock. First pitch swinging from Salamenko. It's fouled back. Count goes to 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch with 2 outs. Swung on by Salamenko up into the sky. The second baseman Patoya is over, and she grabs it just in fair territory for out number 3. But a tie game thanks to Olivia Matlock coming through. A 2 RBI single has us knotted at 3 apiece. We head to the 6th inning of play. Back here in the top of the 6th inning, Abby Runyon still out there doing work. She's at 111 pitches now after 5 innings. Despite some long early innings, she has reined it in a little bit as this bunt is a foul from Karami. She's reined it in a little bit while Ramirez has been stretched out a little bit further. Runyon's coming off 2 13-pitch innings. Right before that, she had 32 and 34 pitches in one inning. Ramirez started with a 16 and 11, and she had 2 34 and then a 25-pitch inning. So kind of mirroring each other, and I guess it all works out in the end as we are tied at 3-3, and we'll see which pitcher can find the winning touch or which batter can touch him up and possibly move ahead here in the late going of this big matchup to kind of gauge how this conference is going to shake out. And it's a base hit from Taylor Karami, who pokes that one over the head of the shortstop, Destiny Connerly. And the leadoff batter is aboard to flip over the lineup card as the number 1 batter in the lineup will step in. It'll be Kinsey Williams, 0 for 3 today. First pitch is a ball. Count goes to 1-0. Everybody expecting sacrifice bunt right here, or some sort of bunt opportunity from Williams. Williams, like I just said, 0 for 3 today. She'll slap at that one, and it's fouled back into the netting. Count goes to 1-1. A ground out into a fielder's choice, and a fly out to left for Williams today. It was the last time that she was up that St. Martin's was playing it perfectly, and she just sliced one to Agena in left field, who was just standing there waiting for it in shallow left, right where head coach Jim Peterson has them lined up against the slap hitters. You can see it here. You can see how far shifted to the right Megan Convery is, or to our right, our perspective here. Essentially, she's almost a deep shortstop. 2-1 is the count here, top of the 6th. No outs. Kinsey Williams squares to bunt, drops it down. Going to be a tough play for Salamanca, but she makes it. Good throw over to first. As soon as they saw her square to bunt, they were ready for it, but it is a sacrifice bunt still. And one will be away with Karami in scoring position. Up comes Cargill now. She'll swing away at the first pitch. Foul ball makes it 0-1. Cargill is 0 for 3 today. As that one's lifted into left field again, it comes in to make the play. And a good jump from the freshman outfielder to grab that one. And on Abby Runyon's 120th pitch, it's a key fly out to left field for out number 2. Haley Rath steps up. Rath has power. We've seen that already when she connected with one and torched it over the left field fence for the first run of this contest. Other than that, Runyon's pretty much stayed away from her 2 walks since that long ball. 1-0 after the first pitch, misses up high. Karami sitting at second with good speed. The center fielder for Western Washington. There's a swing and a miss. Count goes to 1-1. 122 pitches thrown by Abby Runyon through 5 2/3 here. Can she finish this 6th inning off? Yes, she can, as Megan Convery staggers a couple steps forward and nabs that one right into her glove for out number 3. The Vikings get a runner to second, but she is stalled there. We head to the bottom of the 6th, 3-3. Our score is tied. Back here, we're in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 up for St. Martin's University. It's Convery, Agena, and Schultz. Convery, who caught the final out of that last inning, batting in the 9-hole. Marina Ramirez over 120 pitches. First pitch paints the outside corner. A called strike. Count goes to 0-1. St. Martin's softball team, they've been all over the West as they took their first trip down to Sonoma State and ended up being played at Santa Rosa Junior College, I believe. Ball misses there, counts 1-1. That's where they played their opening week. Then they got a week off, headed down and over all the way to Hawaii to play a couple games. This one is going to have the left fielder Crum fooled for a second as Convery, a slap hitter, she was cheating a little bit. Crum there was coming in and then realizing that ball had a little bit more wind under it than she thought and backed up and was able to make the catch fairly comfortably in the end. Fly out to left field to get us started bottom of the 6th here. Agena will drop down a bunt attempt on the first pitch coming in. Foul ball will make it 0-1. Next pitch will be 125 for Ramirez. This is a great battle between two pitchers that have been really solid and found some really clutch pitching in this contest. Also great defense behind them. Just the one error for Western Washington. That's the only glitch defensively to speak of. Hits are 8-6 in favor of Western Washington. The 1-1 coming in. Swung on by Agena, fouled back into the netting. Agena, a very pleasant first couple weeks of her collegiate career, first month I should say, we're at that point. 500 batting average coming in, 13 for 26. What a start for her. Just 2 RBIs, however, as she, I think, started at the bottom of the lineup, then moved her way to the tippy top of the lineup. So she's been the one scoring a lot more than driving other runs home. 2-2 coming in to Agena. Called strike 3. Just nips the outside part of the zone for Agena, and 2 are away in the bottom of the 6th here. This is going to be a very dramatic finish from Saints Field as we're all tied at 3 with just over an inning to play. Up comes Kekai Schultz. 2 for 3 today is Schultz, and she sees a strike to start off her trip at the plate. Next pitch will be number 130 for Ramirez. That one off the outside. Count goes to 1-1. Warm-up going on in the Western Washington bullpen right now. It's a pitcher that has a jacket on, so I can't get a number for you. This one swung on, lifted high in the sky towards right field. Coming in is the right fielder, Cargill. She'll make the catch, and we're all knotted at 3 as we head to the 7th inning of play. Don't go anywhere. An exciting finish coming up for you on the Saints Digital Network. Back here, we're in the 7th inning of play, and it's going to be 4, 5, and 6 for Western Washington. Starting off with Kanilehua Patoy. Patoy 2 for 3 today, the second baseman for Western Washington. She has back-to-back singles coming into this at-bat. Abby Runyon still out there doing work. Her 7th inning since starting this contest. Off-speed pitch. Finds the zone. Drops right in there for Patoy, who might have just been on a take sign because that one just dropped right in there. 0-1. Fessenbeck and Davis also due up this half inning unless we see a pinch hitter of sorts, and there might be a chance for it as this is a fair ball. Patoy will round for second. The relay not going to be thrown to second. It is a sliding in double for Patoy, and a go-ahead run in the top of the 7th is on second with nobody gone. Big hit from Patoy to open this inning, and Abby Runyon's 125th pitch of her outing might put her at risk of a loss. This pitch is up and in on Fessenbeck, and it's a called ball. Count goes to 1-0. Fessenbeck has reached via a walk, but a strikeout and a line out to second are her other 2 trips to the plate. This is trip number 4 for her. Swung on, a high fly ball. Coming in is Schmidt. Good communication to call off the freshman second baseman Lawson, who was backing up there. Don't need any collision, not at this point. Could be fatal. As a pop out to shallow right field is good for out number 1. Big first out of the inning, as now the dangerous Amaya Davis steps up. She has herself a double and a single today. Swung on, high in the air. Again, Schmidt over. This time there is a collision with Lawson, but Lawson holds on to it, as those are the ones that make you sweat there. A pop fly to second base that time in shallow right field will be good for out number 2. Now no chance to get Patoy to move if it's an out. It's all on Rachel Christensen to keep this top of the 7th alive. First pitch is in the zone, a called strike. Abby Runyon will throw pitch number 130. Possibly could send it to a walk-off scenario in the bottom of the 7th, but first has to deal with the Vikings catcher Christensen. Just off the outside of the plate. Count goes to 1-1. There is drama happening all over this campus here on this first official day of spring break here, Monday, March 6th, as in the top of the 8th over at baseball, they are tied at 5-5. We're tied 3-3 here. The pitch in the zone, a called strike. Runyon, 1 strike away from ending the top of the 7th, sending us to the bottom half of the frame all square. Christensen can change it with 1 swing of the bat as well. And Patoy waiting for a chance to run at second. She won't get it there. It's a foul ball towards the dugout of Western Washington University. We'll do 1-2 once more to Christensen. Christensen 1 for 2 today with a single and a walk. One, two outs, runner on second. Swing and a miss. Abby Runyon, a big strikeout to end the top of the 7th. St. Martin's, a chance to walk it off in the bottom half of the frame. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the bottom of the 7th here on the Saints Digital Network. It's Patrick, Connerly, and Schmidt due up for St. Martin's University. A chance to win it here in the bottom of the 7th. It's tied. All they need is one run, and they are relying on 3 veteran players with the chance to do it. First up, Brittany Patrick, the junior out of Raymond, Washington, plays the corners for this squad, both third base and first base. Today, she was tasked with playing first base. She's done it well. And at the plate, she has a walk along with a ground ball into a double play and a reached on an error that scored the first run of the game for St. Martin's. This one lower part of the plate just misses the zone. Count goes to 1-1. That one finds the zone. A called strike, and it's 1-2. Marina Ramirez started this game so solidly. Was the unfortunate recipient of a run, an unearned run, when that error happened on the third baseman, Davis. We see a foul ball. We'll do 1-2 again. And then it was a Matlock clutch 2 RBI single that tied this game at 3 apiece, and the offense has threatened for Western Washington throughout this game, but especially in the early part of this game. They had bases loaded with no outs, and they didn't get anybody across in that second inning, and that is really looking to come back to possibly haunt them here. As a foul ball will once again make it a 1-2 pitch. St. Martin's done a really good job of extending at-bats down the stretch. And on the other side, Western Washington, less so. As you've seen, the last 2 innings have gone really quick offensively for Western Washington. They got that early double in the top of the 7th. But then it's 3 fairly quick outs that ended their chance at scoring. 2-2 pitch coming in to Brittany Patrick. Off the plate, we go full. Patrick on the season, no home runs to her name. 3-2, no outs. Ramirez sets in the circle. Picks her pitch, leans back and fires. Off the plate, and the winning run is aboard for St. Martin's University. Destiny Connerly now steps in. Connerly 0 for 2 with a walk. What sort of situational managing are we going to see from both sides here? How does head coach Cheryl Gilmore manage Marina Ramirez? And on the other side, what does Jim Peterson do as he drops down a bunt? No tag applied. No tag applied. She did not field it cleanly. The throw to second. It's safe. That is an error on Fessenbeck. The first baseman tried to pick that up and place the tag, but she didn't pick it up cleanly. And I believe that's what that will go down as. I might have to take another look at it, but for now I'm going to mark it as a sack bunt error on the first baseman, Fessenbeck. Connerly is safe. Patrick went a little bit too far around second base, nearly got stuck with a tag, but she dived back in safely. Patrick, the winning run, all that really matters right now, sitting on second base. Connerly, she'll only score if there's a home run. Olivia Schmidt at the plate. She squares to bunt, pulls back. Count goes to 1-0 as the pitch was high. Again, this is a non-conference matchup between two conference foes. The conference play starts next week, but this is a big gauge between the preseason number 2 and the preseason number 3 in the polls. Drop down the bunt attempt. It goes foul. Count goes to 1-1. Jim Peterson, the manager for St. Martin's University, his favorite sports movie is Moneyball. And you can see that with how he runs his team, how he manages. More than happy to play the small ball game, especially when you just need one. No outs here. Runners on first and second. Square in a bunch. Schmidt puts it back at the pitcher. Pitcher will throw Ramirez to the second baseman, Patoy, and now the winning run is 60 feet away. Patrick sits at third. Up comes Olivia Matlock. Right now is the hero of the day with her 2 RBI double. It was almost virtually the same situation. Runners on second and third, and she drove them both home and tied this game. She goes swinging on the first pitch. It gets by the catcher. It would have been a pass ball, but with Patrick only having to run home, she holds off on doing that. Call it a swing and a miss to make the count 0-1. And the situation remains the same. 0-1, 1 out. Matlock. Can she come through in the clutch? Ramirez sets. Infield in. They need to make a play at the plate. And it will miss high and away. This is a question you also have if you're head coach Cheryl Gilmore. She probably considered for a second maybe intentionally walking Matlock, getting a force out at home. Now they're going to come out and have a conversation, especially with Matlock being 2 for 2 on the day with 2 singles and a walk. Maybe flipping the script to Shelby Lawson wouldn't be the worst idea, but now you're part of the way through the at-bat, so maybe that is a part of the conversation here. We'll see. It looks like Matlock will stay at the plate. They'll need to make a throw home and get a tag if there's a hit to the infield. That's why you see the infield pinched in here. The infield is made up of Davis at third, Rath at short, Patoy at second, Fessenbeck at first, and of course the pitcher Ramirez can also make a play if the ball heads her way. 1-1 to Matlock. Off the outside. Count goes to 2-1. Connerly sits at second. Brittany Patrick is the woman on third base right now for St. Martin's University, representing a potential go-ahead run. And not just go-ahead for good, a winning run. 2-1 count. 1 out, bottom of the 7th, 3-3 our score. Matlock at the plate, Ramirez pitching. Swings on it, fouls it back into the netting. 2-2. The best scenario right now is somehow a double play. Close second would be a strikeout of Matlock. It would take a sacrifice opportunity off the board while avoiding the ball being put into play. Foul ball, we'll do it once more. 2-2, 1 out. Marina Ramirez at 148 pitches today. 2 earned runs against her. Will there be a third? Low, maybe a little bit outside. We go full. 3-2, 1 out. Pitch number 150 from Marina Ramirez will be into Olivia Matlock with a potential winning run 60 feet away. Ramirez sets in the circle. She kicks back. She fires. Swung on, and it's fouled back into the netting. Let's do another full count pitch. Matlock, you look at the numbers from her prep career, it is almost video game numbers. Here she has a chance to start to write more of her college legacy. She won't get a chance. It'll be ball 4 outside. and not the worst scenario for Western Washington, as all it does is bring up another freshman in Shelby Lawson. And, well, it puts up a force at every plate, or at every base for Western. A ball's hit to the infield. A throw will have to come home. First pitch is just on the outside corner of the plate. A strike makes it 0-1. One out here. Bases loaded. Again, the only play to make is to stop Brittany Patrick at third from scoring. 0-1 with one out. Up and away. Out of the crouch to grab that one is the catcher Christensen. This is only game one of a doubleheader of softball that we have here today. So don't you worry. We'll take a quick break on the stream whenever this game ends and come back with, in theory, 7 more innings of softball. 1-1 pitch. Off the outside of the plate. Count goes to 2-1. A gritty effort from both starting pitchers to weather some base runners. They've had some walks. They've had some untimely situations, but here we go. Swung on, lifted up, foul ball. 2-2 is the count with one out. We saw the freshman Matlock fight off a couple 2-strike pitches with some foul balls. Can Shelby Lawson follow suit? In her home debut of her collegiate career, she has a sac bunt and a single, 1 for 2. 2-2 pitch coming in. Swings on it. A high drive to left field. Will it stay fair? It will. It's a fair ball, and that is the ball game. Shelby Lawson walks it off. All she needed was a sacrifice fly, but she put that one high in the sky, nearly put it out of the park for a grand slam to win it. But the single down the left field line will do. St. Martin's walks this game off in the bottom of the 7th. They win 4-3 in dramatic fashion. Patrick scores that game-winning run. And Abby Runyon will pick up the win in the pitcher's circle. The loss, it's a tough loss to take for Marina Ramirez. She went 6 1/3, 2 earned runs against her, 8 strikeouts, and 7 walks. That walk number just a little bit too high for her today. And on the other side, Abby Runyon, I mentioned, 3 earned runs against, but you think back to that second inning when she got out of a bases-loaded, no-outs jam, allowed none across, and obviously that came through in a big way. Runyon, 7 innings pitched, 7 strikeouts, and 4 walks for herself. That'll do it for the first game of the 7th. We'll do one more 7-inning contest in just a few moments once the two sides have a chance to take a breather and set a new lineup. What a first one it was. We'll see you back in probably about 30 minutes or so for game number 2 here from Saints Field in Lacey, Washington.
On 3, 1, 2, 3. Win!
The alley-oop! What'd you say? Got that dub. Baseball's about to lose, so. Okay, I'm gonna go down there and get if they need anything from me. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Saints Field in Lacey, Washington. My name is Scott Gladstone. Excited to bring you game number 2 of today's doubleheader of Division II softball. It's going to be a good one for Game 2. We had a great one. Game 1, a come-from-behind effort for St. Martin's University. Down, they made the best of it as they were at one point down 3-0. Chipped away with 1 run, then got a 2 RBI single from Olivia Matlock, and it was freshman Shelby Lawson that looped a high arcing ball all the way to the fence down the left field line, and that was all she wrote, as that was in a situation with the bases loaded and 1 out. So, yeah, it'll do that. It'll finish a game in the bottom of the 7th. For the Game 2 lineup, it'll be slightly changed for Western Washington. Kinsey Williams will lead off and DH again. Cargill will bat second. Rath third. Patoy fourth. Fessenbeck fifth. Davis sixth. The bottom 3 is Paulson, Barcombe, and Karami. That 7-8 spot with Paulson and Barcombe is where you see the changes. On the other side, again, once again leads off for St. Martin's University. Schultz bats second. Patrick third. Connerly, Matlock, and Smoke make up the middle 3. The bottom 3 is the walk-off hero Shelby Lawson, followed by Olivia Schmidt and the center fielder Megan Convery. We are just about ready for the first pitch from Tia Ridings, the starting pitcher for St. Martin's University here in game number 2, and the southpaw gets us underway with a pitch high and away. Ball 1. Game 2 start time is at 3 o'clock on the dot here in Lacey, Washington. And the game time temperature as this one's hit to second, fielded by Lawson, thrown to first for out number 1. Game time temperature 48 degrees, partly cloudy, partly sunny. Not bad weather for a March 6th game. Pretty much the final day that we're going to have to worry about, or the final game that we have. I guess we have games on Saturday, but close to the final game that we're going to have to worry about daylight. I don't think it'll cause any problems here. That's a foul ball that nearly hits a car driving by. Isabel Cargill is up to bat right now. Next Sunday, if you didn't know, if it wasn't on your radar, is the start of daylight, or I don't know if it's the start or the end of daylight savings, but the clock will spring forward as this is a foul ball. Good job by the first baseman, Matlock, as well as the pitcher, to just watch that one drift foul. The count will go to 0-2 here with 1 out in the top of the first. Looking around the defensive alignment for St. Martin's University. Schultz behind the plate once again. Brittany Patrick moves from first to third. Destiny Connolly once again the shortstop. Lawson once again at second. Matlock goes from the DH to the first baseman. The outfield from left to right, the same as it was in Game 1. Again, Convery and Schmidt. Foul ball on the slice. Keeps us at 0-2 here. Cargill stepping in. She is the right fielder today, as she was in Game 1 for the Western Washington Vikings. This one hit on the ground. Fielded off a weird hop by Lawson, but she throws to first in time, and another 4-3 ground out has 2 gone in the top of the first. Up comes Haley Rath. Haley Rath in the first inning last game blasted a home run over the left field fence. This is a ball to start off her at bat. Blasted a home run, made it 1-0. And a little bit later it was made to be 3-0, thanks to Western Washington putting up 2 in the top of the third. That's a rip from Rath. And it ends up foul going into the bullpen of Western Washington. In all, Rath last game finished 1 for 2 with 2 runs scored and 2 walks. The 1-1 pitch in with 2 outs here. Up high, count will go to 2-1. 2 Ridings on the season, 2-2 record, 2.4 ERA. This is her 8th start. Two-one pitch with 2 outs and the bases empty. Swung on, up in the air. Coming in is Schmidt to make the catch, and she is called upon for out number 3. I don't think she had one putout in game number 1, but don't quote me on that. We'll meet the St. Martin Saints in the bottom of the first. It is 0-0.
Lopez, utility from Waianae, Hawaii.
I'm Tia Ridings. I'm from Tualatin, Oregon, and I'm a pitcher.
Kekai Schultz, catcher from Richfield, Washington.
Destiny Connerly, shortstop from Spanaway, Washington.
Malia Pinder, first base and left field, and I'm from Bothell, Washington.
Vanessa Smoke, second base, Troutdale, Oregon.
Riley Gaudia, catcher, Kaneohe, Hawaii. Hi, my name's Destiny Salamanca. I'm a third baseman from Norwalk, California.
Brittany Patrick, corners from Raymond, Washington.
Abby Runyon, pitcher, Brush Prairie, Washington.
Shelby Lawson, middle infield, Des Moines, Washington.
Chloe Levington, pitcher, Forks, Washington. Olivia Matlock, pitcher, first baseman, Raymond, Washington.
Olivia Schmidt, outfield, Eugene, Oregon.
I'm Kaylee Legowski. I play right field, and I'm from Rockland, California.
Megan Convery, outfield from Seattle, Washington.
Marisol Bergstrom, outfielder from Port Orchard, Washington.
Haley Agena, outfielder, Mililani, Hawaii.
JC Schmal, outfield from Snohomish, Washington.
Kalina Ira, outfielder, born and raised in Vallejo, California.
Back here, we're in the bottom of the first. St. Martin's has a 0-0 ball game on their hands. The starting lineup for St. Martin's University is Agena leading off. Schultz batting second, Patrick third. The middle 3 is Connerly, Matlock, and Smoke. Bottom 3, Lawson, Schmidt, and Megan Convery. First pitch is a drop-down bunt. It's going to be a tough play. There was a hesitation on the throw, I guess, but really it felt like no throw as Haley Agena drops down a bunt for hit. And we are underway as Agena reaches. That was Paulson behind the plate that was called into duty. The defensive arrangement for Western Washington. Like I just said, Paulson behind the plate, Davis over at third, Rath a shortstop, Patoy at second, Fessenbeck at first base. That's the same infield we saw. And the outfield from left to right is Barcombe, Karami, and Cargill. First pitch to Kekai Schultz is off the plate. Count goes to 1-0. Agena sitting on first base. As you just saw, she's got good speed. Kekai Schultz at the plate. Last game was 2 for 4. That one misses low and away. It's 2-0. The starting pitcher for Western Washington is Hanako Hirai. Hirai, wearing the number 12, stands 5'4", the junior out of Bellevue, Washington. Left-hander, as is Tia Riding, so we get 2 southpaws facing off in the circle here for game number 2. Hirai on this season, a 3.09 ERA, 1-1 record. This is her third start. She has 2 strikeouts to 6 walks thus far in 11 1/3 innings pitched. 3-0. Misses low. It'll be a 4-pitch walk to Schultz, and Hirai has some trouble in the early going. Up comes the number 3 batter, Brittany Patrick. She got the rally started in the bottom of the 7th last inning. It was Patrick that led off the inning, was able to draw a nice walk before getting an error sack bunt, got her to second. And then an actual sack bunt got her to third before Matlock walked, and Lawson had that high arcing single down the left field line that finished the game off and allowed Patrick to score the winning run. That pitch off the outside edge. Count goes to 1-1. The first pitch was right down Main Street, a called strike. 1-1, no outs, bottom of the first. Swung on, hit to second. The throw for 1 is successful. So it's a fielder's choice to get out Schultz at second, but runners will now be on the corners with 1 out. Patoy to Rath to get the force of Schultz. Again at third, good speed, so a chance for a sacrifice is very much in the cards. Destiny Connerly, a player that can get some sort of sacrifice hit. She's really good at making contact, is Connerly. She also has a healthy hack on her bat as well. She hit the first home run of the season for St. Martin's University when she went yard down in wine country in California. First pitch, a ball. One-0 pitch coming into Connerly. That one finds the zone, a called strike, and we're even at 1-1. That pitch misses. Count goes to 2-1. Swung on, foul ball. Count goes to 2-2. 2-2, 1 out, bottom of the first. Harai pitching. Ramirez pitched in game 1 for Western Washington, and Abby Runyon pitched for the Saints. They both went the distance. However, not a full 7 from Ramirez as she got walked off in the bottom of the 7th there. Foul ball. We stay at 2-2. Two pitch coming in. That one swung on again, sliced foul, as Connerly's just a little bit behind these pitches, swinging a little bit too late there. Cargill out in right field has had to run around a little bit, trying to chase those foul balls, but pretty clear off the bat that they were going to go foul, so not going crazy for him. That one misses low, and we have a full count for Destiny Connerly in this big early game at bat with runners on the corners and 1 out here, bottom of the first. St. Martin's, they saw no pitches with the lead last game. They were either trailing, tied, or walking it off. Swung on again late to that one and shooting it foul down the right field line. We'll do another 3-2 pitch. Late to that one, but it is put in fair territory. And it's an RBI single from Destiny Connerly. It's 1-0 SMU. Agena scores. Patrick moves up to second. Connerly has her first RBI of the day. She did score a run in game number 1. But she didn't even have a hit in game number 1. She got on via the walk in the bottom of the 7th inning there. So good for her to grab her first hit of the day, her first RBI of the day. And runners will be on first and second for Olivia Matlock, who had herself a nice game one. Other than the walk-off, the biggest hit was the Matlock 2 RBI single. Harai, of course, will get an earned run against her for that opening knock. Swung on, this one hit to second. Fielded by the second baseman, Patoy. She flips to Fessenbeck to just get the surefire out. So each runner will move up, but a big second out for Harai and the Vikings. Smoke now comes up with runners on second and third. Still a chance to do damage. Connerly, great speed on second. Leader on this St. Martin squad in steals. So Saints are not done with their possible scoring opportunities yet. First pitch misses low. Both batters and pitchers need to realize in this early going that those low pitches right at the knees, they were getting some calls, it seemed, in game one. They're really not getting them much here. And as I say that, that one at the knees is a called strike. 1-1 is the count. 2 outs, bottom of the first. Patrick on third, Connerly on second. Swing and a miss from Smoke. Count goes to 1-2. We did not see Vanessa Smoke in game one. The Troutdale, Oregon native, 5'2" right-hander, listed as a junior on the roster, but heck if I know what exactly that means because, you know, with COVID, everybody's eligibility is all out of whack. This one just off the plate for Smoke. There's no seniors listed on the roster, but I can guarantee you I'll be writing some scripts for senior day ceremonies for St. Martin's softball. There's at least a handful of Saints that will graduate. Swung on by Smoke. Foul over the St. Martin's dugout. St. Martin's baseball fell in their first game of their doubleheader 7-5 in a contest that was almost as dramatic as the one we had here. Of course, nothing's more dramatic than a walk-off win. And obviously with the visiting team winning that game, there was not a walk-off over at the Saints baseball field. 2-2 pitch upcoming, 2 outs, Smoke at the plate, Patrick at third, Connerly on second for SMU. Again, a foul ball. For those of you just tuning in, this is game 2 of a doubleheader that was originally scheduled for Friday before it got pushed to Monday thanks to the rain of the weekend. 2-2 pitch coming in. Low. Eesh, just barely. Tell you what, I thought that would have been called strike 3 the way we saw game 1 being called, but of course the umpires rotate clockwise. And we got a new man behind the plate here in game 2. Payoff pitch. Hit on the ground. Fielded by Patoy. She fires to Fessenbeck for out number 3. The RBI single from Connerly opens the scoring for St. Martin's University. They lead 1-0 as we head to the second. Back here, we're in the top of the second, and it's going to be 4-5-6 in the form of Patoy, Fessenbeck, and Davis. Started off with Patoy, who fires that one in, and it's fouled off into the back netting. Count goes to 0-1 for Kanilehua Patoy. Oh, 1 count, no outs. That one misses low. Count goes to 1-1. I want to miss. 2-1 now, the count. Top of the second here, it's 1-0 St. Martin's with the lead after the Connerly RBI single. Patoy receives that one and clocks it into left field, but Haley Agena just a few steps back before making the catch, and one is gone in the top of the second. Really good contact off the bat from Patoy. But again, St. Martin's obviously led by their head coach, Jim Peterson, putting them in the right position to make these plays. And they played a great game, number one. Defensively, no errors and numerous smart plays in the field to help out pitcher Abby Runyon. 1-0 after the first pitch to Brooke Fessenbeck, the first baseman in game 1 and 2. Steps in. This one's a high ball, but it's out of play over the Saints dugout. We got a 1-1 count. The all-time history between these two sides. The series sits 39-28 in favor of Western Washington. That goes back as far as 2009, so there were more games played, but that's what we have in our immediate directory here. Fly out to center field, making Convery camping onto that one for out number 2. 2 flyouts to the outfield will bring up Amaya Davis, the third baseman, as she was in game 1. Davis was 2 for 4 in the first contest with an RBI. That pitch smacks the zone, a called strike. Tia Ridings, 8 pitches thrown in this inning. Looking to get through it pretty dang quick if she's able to finish this one off. That one swung on, clocked well. Agena tracking back and making the catch. So 3 well-hit balls, but 3 balls that fall right in the glove of a Saints outfielder. We head to the bottom of the second. It's 1-0. St. Martin's leads Western Washington. Back here, we're in beautiful Lacey, Washington. 48 degrees, partly cloudy here under the Pacific Northwest sun that's peeking through the Pacific Northwest clouds. Harai back out for her second inning of work in the circle. A called strike into Shelby Lawson, the hero of the first contest of the day, when Shelby Lawson looped a big walk-off single down the left field line to to put St. Martin's as the winner in game number 1. This time she'll dribble one to short, fielded and thrown. Good play defensively by the shortstop Rath to get out Lawson. One gone in the bottom of the second. Olivia Schmidt will step in now. 7-8-9 due up for St. Martin's this inning. You just saw 7 Lawson. Now you'll see 8 Schmidt, and Convery is waiting on deck for St. Martin's University. Swung on by Schmidt and fouled out of play. Count is 0-1, and Schmidt will prepare to receive another pitch from the Newport High School graduate, Hanako Harai. This one swung on over to third, and it's an awkward hop, but it should have been fielded. That's going to be an E5 on Davis, her second error of the day. Schmidt will reach on the error, so one is aboard with one out. Dropping down the bunt. Going to be another tough play for Davis. She throws. That's safe over there at first. A bunt for hit for Megan Convery. Drops it in the perfect location. And 2 are aboard with one out. Hanako Harai and the Vikings a little bit on the ropes here after an E5 plus Convery dropping down the bunt, which I'm sure Jim Peterson and the Saints would have been fine with if it was a sacrifice bunt, if it ended up just working out like that. But Convery put it in the right spot and made him pay. Foul ball to start off Haley Guinness at bat. She dropped down a bunt single her first time up. Maybe that's something that Jim Peterson and the Saints see with Harai that possibly they can take advantage of, especially with their lefties. Swing and a miss from McGenna. She's behind 0-2. The all-time series between these two squads actually dates all the way back to 1995, and it's 100 to 46 all-time. The Western Washington Vikings are in front, so a lot of ground to make up. It won't all happen this season, but Saints right now ahead in game 2, maybe starting to chip away at the lead. That's a strike 3, so again it goes down via strikes. Much as of recently, especially since the 2013 season, this has been a lot closer of a series between St. Martin's and Western Washington. Of course, they've each gone through some runs here and there, but it was the 2013 softball team that really clicked St. Martin's softball into the gear that you've seen them in terms of having a winning season for each, or for all but one of their last 10 seasons since that 2013 year. 1-0 is the count after the first pitch to Schultz miss. Schultz walked her first time up. Foul ball on this one, evens up the count at 1-1. I mentioned the 2013 softball team. It was just over a week ago, actually. It wasn't even a full 2 weeks ago. 2013 softball team was inducted into the St. Martin's Hall of Honor. As this one's hit to right field. Backing up is the right fielder, not going to be able to make the play. Cargill's going to have to pick it off the fence, and Convery will come all the way around to score. She'll join Schmidt crossing home. It's a 2 RBI double from Kekai Schultz. Nearly put that one over the fence, but a healthy hack that goes Oppo all the way to the fence will do just fine. It's 3-0 St. Martin's. Brittany Patrick now steps in. 0 for 1 is Brittany Patrick. Her first time up, she grounded into a 4-6 fielder's choice. That one misses low. Count goes to 1-0. Schultz now on second after her 2 RBI double. That one misses. Count is 2-0. St. Martin's and Western Washington see plenty of each other on the softball diamond. That is for sure. Playing nearly 150 games against each other all time. Last season, despite St. Martin's finishing second in the conference and falling in the GNAC title game, Western Washington won the regular season series by a total margin of 4-3. However, the Saints got them when it mattered. They beat them in a game at the GNAC Championships in Ellensburg, Washington, 6-5, narrow margin on the Saints' path to that championship game where they fell to Northwest Nazarene. Patrick will see that pitch go up and in. It's a 5-pitch walk to the St. Martin's first baseman, well now third baseman in this game. We're going to have a possible pitching change maybe, as the manager Cheryl Gilmore is going to come and have a conversation, and Harai is going to tap out. And we're going to see a new face coming in. It looks like Alexis Slater will take the circle. We're going to allow her warm-ups and bring back a key situation on the other side of this quick break. Back here, we're in the bottom of the second. We got a new pitcher coming in for Western Washington University. It's Alexis Slater, as I just mentioned, a 5'6" freshman out of Everett, Washington. She has 2 on with 2 outs here. Let's see what she can do with it. First pitch finds a zone, a called strike. Destiny Connerly steps in. Connerly 1 for 1 with an RBI single. Made it 1-0 in the last inning. Definitely could do some more damage here with a good crack, Ken Connerly. That one up high, make the count 1-1. Slater on the season, a 4.12 ERA, 0-2 record. 17 innings pitched, 9 strikeouts to 8 walks. The only pitcher we have not seen for Western Washington is Sydney Brown. That one again up high. Count goes to 2-1. Mentioned the series won last year by Western Washington, but they did have an advantage because all of the games that they played, except for the neutral site GNAC tournament game in Ellensburg, Washington, were in Bellingham. 6 games between St. Martin's and Western Washington, all happening about 3 hours north, 2.5, maybe if you're lucky to avoid traffic in Seattle. 3-1 is the count as that pitch misses. A ball will load these bases. And it will not be a ball. Connerly kind of, her knees buckled like she was ready to scamper to first. Maybe just a hesitation on the call from the home plate umpire. 3-2, 2 outs. Runners will be going on the pitch. And it's fouled back. We'll do 3-2 with 2 outs again. First at bat for Alexis Slater to see coming in here. 3-2, 2 outs, 2 on. The pitch. Swung on, hit well into left field. Green light for Schultz coming home. The throw, it's going to just not have enough air on it. It was dying in the dirt. And stepping in to just cut that one off was the first baseman, Fessenbeck, and make sure nobody else can grab any bases. Another RBI single from Destiny Connerly on a well-struck ball into left field. It is 4-0, SMU in front. Tell you what I see. Jim Peterson, this is my first time watching the St. Martin's softball team here at home. Jim Peterson has always given the green light at third. He's more than happy to roll some die. Olivia Matlock now stepping up. Matlock skies this one in the air. Coming in to make the play is the center fielder Karami, and that will be out number 3. Connerly tacks on another run with another RBI single. It's 4-0 Saints as we head to the third. Back here, top of the third. It is Tia Ridings back in the circle for St. Martin's University. She's got herself even more of a cushion than she came out with last inning, and a called strike to start it off. She's seeing 7, 8, 9 this half inning. Paulson, Barcombe, and Karami. Paulson and Barcombe did not appear in game 1. Paulson's doing the catching duties. Barcombe is in left field. Swing and a miss. Absolutely dirty stuff from Tia Ridings there. Got her fooled out of her boots. Count goes to 0-2. Emily Paulson, junior out of Tigard, Oregon, just south of Portland. That one misses off the plate. Count goes to 1-2. This is not the last time St. Martin's and Western Washington will face off this season. They will see each other again as it's strike 3. And Paulson goes down via the K. Western Washington will play 4 games here in mid-April, 2 on April 15th, 2 on April 16th. And that April 16th doubleheader will be senior day for St. Martin's University. First pitch just below the knee is a called ball. Lexi Barcombe coming in now. Barcombe, sophomore out of Pasco, Washington, Tri-Cities area in the eastern part of the state. Another slap hitter, at least that's what the outfield alignment tells me. And so does her starting to run out of the box as the pitch comes in, tells me. 1-1 is the count. 1 out. Nobody on. 7 up, 7 down thus far against Tia Ridings. Swing and a miss. 1-2 is the count. One, two, 1 out. Ridings loops and fires. Hit to Matlock, excuse me. Matlock scampers to the bag just in time to make the tap of the bag for out number 1. That would have been a tricky play. No matter whether Matlock or Lawson grabbed it, Lawson was ready to cover, but Matlock called her off and tapped it herself unassisted over there at first base for out number 2. Taylor Karami now steps in, the center fielder, once again, as she was in Game 1. She'll see the first pitch off the plate. Count goes to 1-0. Another slap hitter in this Western Washington lineup. 1-0 pitch. Drops down to bunt rather than slap, and it's foul. Count is now even, 1-1. That one swung on, fouled into the netting. Count goes to 1-2. Tia Ridings trying to get through the first time through this order absolutely clean. 1-2, 2 outs. The pitch off the plate. We even it up at 2-2. Deuces wild, 2-2, 2 outs. That one hit well, and it's going to get down over the head of Lawson into shallow right field. That was a rare pull from a slap hitter there, as Karami got on the end of it and just poked it to Schmidt in right. Base hit is the first base runner of the contest for Western Washington. We flip over the lineup card, and we get to see the leadoff batter, Kinsey Williams, step up to the plate once again. She swings and just gets a piece of it. That was a foul tip into the glove of Tia Ridings. Into the glove of Schultz from the arm of Tia Ridings. 0-1 with 2 outs. That one swung on up the middle. Destiny Connerly can't make the play. Ends up being picked up by Olivia Schmidt. But that's going to go down as a base hit up the middle, as Connerly would have had to do something special to grab that one and touch second base in order to get the out. Runners will be on the corners with 2 outs after the base hit by Kinsey Williams. Cargill now steps up. Cargill 0 for 1, as is everybody 2 through 8 in the lineup for Western Washington. First pitch is fouled off towards the parking lot. Going to end up near somebody's windshield. Foul ball makes it 0-1. 4-0. St. Martin's in front here, but the Vikings on the verge of breaking the goose egg with a base hit. Swing and a miss. Count goes to 0-2. Oh, 2 outs. And a foul ball. Let's do 0-2 once more. Runner on third is Karimi. As that one is fouled. And we'll do 0-2 again. Infield playing straight up. So is the outfield for Cargill. Now it's swung back to Ridings. She fields, she throws, and she ends the top of the third. A runner gets 60 feet away, but they are left stranded there. It's still 4-0 Saints. We head to the bottom half of the inning. Bottom of the third, we got 6, 7, and 8 due up for St. Martin's University. It is Smoke, Lawson, and Schmidt. First pitch, up high to Smoke. A called ball. Count goes to 1-0. Alexis Slater back out for her first full inning of work. She came in and got the final out. We can close up the book on the starting pitcher, as that one misses the zone as well. Count goes to 2-0. Harai pitched an inning and 2/3. She allowed 4 hits, 4 runs, only one of them earned by my math, 2 walks, and 1 strikeout. That one up high. Count goes to 3-0. All 3 runs last inning, in theory, came with 2 outs, I believe, and there was an error. 4-pitch walk to start off the inning. The only earned run for St. Martin's came in the bottom of the first when Connerly had that RBI single that scored Haley Agena. Leadoff batter aboard in the form of Vanessa Smoke. Shelby Lawson stepping up now. She grounded out to short in her first trip to the plate. Squares to bunt, puts it up in the air, but it's foul. Harmlessly to the turf. Or to the dirt. Or to the dirty grass behind home plate. It is very mucky in that area. Not very mucky, but definitely moist. 0-1 into Lawson. She swings, cracks that one down the left field line. It's a fair ball. Lawson put a belt on that one. But all it's going to be is a single, just barely fair. And now 2 will be aboard with no outs. St. Martin's continues to find good contact with the ball. They have a total of 6 hits in this early going, plus the error, which is also a well-hit ball, to just 2 from Western Washington. Trying to add to this lead. As up steps Olivia Schmidt. Schmidt reached on that error that I just mentioned. First pitch is right down the zone, a called strike. 15 pitches by Alexis Slater since she stepped in. Slater, a true freshman, heading probably about an hour north for her, where she's from in Everett. I think that's usually what it is. Again, depending on traffic, but you're through the worst of it in Seattle. That one up high, ball. Makes it 1-1. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, I'm all too familiar with that drive up to Bellingham because this weekend I drove up there to watch the St. Martin's men's basketball team participate in the Great Northwest Athletic Conference tournament. Foul ball on the bunt attempt makes it 1-2. All the staff at the GNAC as well as the staff at Western Washington University making an incredible event up there. Great facility. Really good snickerdoodles in the hospitality room as well, which I stress ate during halftime of the men's semifinal against Central Washington. And home plate umpire there said that Schmidt went. I don't know about that one. It looked like she held off to me. Jim Peterson's going to have a conversation about that one and say, wait a minute, what? Or at least he's going to just make a batting change. Maybe he's not even going to argue it. Call it a strikeout of Schmidt. 1 gone here, bottom of the 3rd. Let's see who's subbing in for St. Martin's University. It looks to be Malia Pinder that will step in. Pinder came in a big moment last game. She didn't come through with a big breakthrough hit, but she did keep the inning alive with a crucial walk. So she will replace Convery in the lineup, at least for the time being. See what number 6 Malia Pinder can do. First pitch goes up high. Count is 1-0 to Pinder. Pinder from Bothell, Washington. Listed as a junior on the roster. That one right down Main Street, a called strike will even up the count 1-1. 20 pitches thrown now by Alexis Slater. No runs on 2 hits and an error for Western Washington. The other side, it's 4 runs on 6 hits and no errors. St. Martin's has played this game clean defensively, and they played game 1 clean defensively as well. A big part of their 1-run win where they had really no room to spare. Two-one pitch with 1 out, 2 on. Just catches the outside part of the plate. We'll see a 2-2 pitch. Slater gets the sign. The catcher, Paulson, smacks her glove and awaits the pitch, which will not touch her glove. It's fouled off. We'll do 2-2 once more. This pitch is up high. We'll go full. There's only 1 out. But again, Jim Peterson not going with a strategy for a sacrifice bunt. I mean, if he was, he would probably kept Convery in to have her drop 1 down. 3-2 pitch. Off the outside of the plate, and Malia Pinder again earns herself a walk and look for Pinder to possibly be substituted back out for Convery, who will probably run the bases for her. I believe that's exactly what's happening over there. Let me double check with the binocs. And it is Convery back on first base. Bases loaded as we flip over the lineup card. Haley Agena stepping in. Agena, a bunt single to start off this game. Then struck out looking her last time up. Big moment for her, the leadoff batter. Swinging on the first pitch, up the middle, back to the pitcher, Slater, who makes a very smart play, throws it home. A force out at home plate. Will continue to load the bases, but put 2 away in the bottom of the third. Call it a 1-2 fielder's choice. Smoke thrown out at the plate. Now Lawson at third, Convery at second, Agena at first. Lots of speed, especially on second and first. So if Schultz can connect with one, man, you might expect a lot of running, maybe a lot of scoring for St. Martin's University. 1-0 after the first pitch, misses up high to Schultz. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Swings on that one, just gets a piece of it to foul it back. Count goes to 1-1. Schultz 1 for 1 today, a double, that one that went deep into right field over the head of Cargill, the right fielder. Swings on that one, fouls it up and over the backstop, and Schultz is now behind 1-2. One-two pitch with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Slater pitches up and away. Count goes to 2-2. Slater now at 30 pitches. He threw 8 pitches after coming in relief last inning. Has thrown 22 this frame, but nothing's gone across on her. Schultz reaches out to get to that one. It was probably a ball outside. Schultz didn't want to risk it, though. Makes contact with it, stays alive for another pitch. Again, Lawson on third, Convery on second, Agena on first. 2-2 pitch with 2 outs, and the bases loaded. Slater rocks and fires. Swung on, high ball in the infield. Now moving to the outfield, the center fielder Karami is down to get to it and will catch it for out number 3. The bases get stuffed, but some good defense and some clutch pitching keep everybody off of home. We head to the 4th, 4-0 SMU. Tia Ridings fires the first pitch there. It's a strike to start us off. Rath, Patoy, and Fessenbach due up to start off this top of the fourth inning. 0-1 pitch coming in to Haley Rath. Rath is 0 for 1 today. The count's now 1-1 as that ball skips in the dirt. Flied out to right field the first time up did Haley Rath, a freshman. 1-1 as Riding sets and fires. Swinging and a miss. Count goes to 1-2. Feel free to join us back here on the Saints Digital Network on our YouTube channel on Saturday as the St. Martin Saints open up GNAC play, official GNAC play, facing Western Oregon. This one's hit slow on the ground. Hard play for Connerly to make, but she runs up on it and so consistent from the shortstop position. Fires it on target in time to first base. 6-3 ground out gets us underway in the top of the fourth. Kanilihua Patoy steps in. Patoy playing second base. First pitch up high, a check swing. Appeal over to first. Said that she went. Call it a swing and a miss for strike one. I don't know about that. I feel like that's just any bubble kind of check swing that we've seen today has been called a swing. And I guess that one falls under that. This one's hit up into the sky. Matlock won't be able to chase it down. It'll get out of play. And swing and strike and a foul ball means it's 0-2 with one out here, top of the fourth. Ridings has been stellar in the circle thus far. Got out of a jam where a runner got to third for Western last inning. Another check swing. Again will appeal over. And again, our umpire down the first base line said that she went. Patoy strikes out on 3 pitches, 2 of them check swings that get called strikes. I didn't think we'd see that first base ump call it twice over there. I don't know about either of those, but of course he has a much better angle than we do over here. Brooke Fessenbeck hits this one to the outfield. Call it the bullpen rather than the outfield. It was outfield depth, but way foul. Count goes to 0-1. Two outs, top of the fourth. Oh, 1 pitch coming in. Right at the knees, and we haven't really seen a lot of those calls recently. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of pitches at the knees. Or maybe batters have just adjusted to it and started swinging at it, so we wouldn't have to see whether they get called ball or strike, but it goes as a ball there. That one just misses, and Schultz does all she can to try and move it into the strike zone and sell it. Home plate umpire not dismayed. Calls it a ball. Count goes to 2-1. Foul ball. Even up the count at 2-2. Fessenbeck 0 for 1, her first time up, flying out to center. This one will be hit slowly and foul. We'll do 2-2-1s more. T. Riding's now over 50 pitches. Fessenbeck pulls the bat around to threaten bunt, but then We'll re-put it on her shoulder, swing away, foul it back again. We'll do 2-2 once more. Mentioned heading up to the GNAC tournament in Bellingham. St. Martin's fell in the championship game of the men's side. However, they still did book their ticket to the big dance as an at-large bid last night, as we get another foul. For those interested in St. Martin's athletics, feel free to tune in to the NCAA Regional. It's prime time on Friday night, 7:30 p.m. St. Martin Saints will take on Academy of Art in what should be a great clash for the first round of the NCAA West Regional. If the St. Martin Saints win, they are on a collision course to match up with the number 1 team in the West Region, the host of the regional, Point Loma. Should be a great one. This one's hit into the outfield, down for a base hit from Fessenbeck, and so we'll stay alive here in the top of the 4th. As Fessenbeck extends the inning, Amaya Davis now is up to the plate. She flied out to left field her first time up. And that one misses. Really not getting those pitches right at the knee is called. Jim Peterson's going to come out and have a quick conversation with Tia Ridings, and we're going to take a quick break here while he does so. 1-0 count, 2 outs, runner on first in the top of the 4th. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Saints Digital Network. Back here, 1-0 pitch, drops into the zone, a called strike. Count goes to 1-1. Amaya Davis, 0 for 1 today. I already mentioned she flying out to left field. Fessenbeck on first. Don't expect her to try and swipe a bag. This one is a high pop-up over near Patrick in foul territory. The third baseman for St. Martin's makes the catch for out number 3. That does it for the top of the 4th. Still 4-0 SMU. Back here, bottom of the 4th, Alexis Slater back out to do some work against Brittany Patrick. Patrick 0 for 1 today, does have a walk her last time up, grounded into a fielder's choice. So technically she's reached the bases both times. First pitch coming in from Slater. It'll miss off the plate. Count goes to 1-0. St. Martin's baseball team currently down 1-0 against Central Washington across campus. Continually tracking these days, and there are these days when we have 2 games going on at the same time, and next weekend, in theory, is our last form of it. Hopefully that'll mean more of a better viewing experience for you. That one misses low and in. Count is 3-0 for Patrick. I know we just have this one camera angle right now. In the future, and by future I mean, you know, by the end of the season, hopefully we'll be able to add at least another camera angle, maybe make it a little bit more interesting for you to watch and engaging. But we thank all of you that are tuning in, wherever you may be. Hopefully, some of you are tuning in, maybe a parent or two from work that, you know, is just kind of having this on in the background as you do your work. That's why we try and bring the commentary, so you can get maybe something else done, and, you know, whenever your daughter comes up to bat, maybe flip into it and seeing what she can do. 3-2 here in the opening batter at the bottom of the 4th. Brittany Patrick gets hit back to the pitcher, but the pitcher can't field it cleanly, and that's going to be an E1 on Alexis Slater, as that one was a tough play for her, but still not extraordinary effort needed. And Patrick will reach via the E1. Up comes Destiny Connerly. She's got 2 RBI singles. That one's going to be a foul ball as she is asked to have a drop down a sacrifice bunt. Foul ball, count is 0-1. Patrick over on first, can run pretty good over there. Infield pinched in for a possible bunt attempt from Connerly. She swings away at that one and fouls it. Count will go to 0-2. St. Martin's up 4-0 here. Oh, 2 pitch coming in. Ooh, up near the head of Destiny Connerly. She limbos out of the way of that one. Count goes to 1-2. Glad that one didn't make contact. We saw Riley Gaudia hit with a foul ball when she was in the on-deck circle. She did finish that game, but we haven't seen her since. Assume she's okay. I believe she's been performing bullpen catcher duties, as this one's hit to right field, but right into the glove of Cargill, who catches it and gets out number 1 here in the bottom of the 4th. Olivia Matlock now stepping in. Matlock 0 for 2 here. Pop out and a ground out. 1 away in the bottom of the 4th. First pitch into Matlock. Slater sets, prepares for it. That ball gets called on the knees. Consider what I've been seeing. I would have expected that one to go as a ball, just because we haven't seen those knee-high, lower outside corner calls go for the pitcher. They've usually aired on the side of the balls. That one is definitely below the knees, and the count goes to 1-1. Swung on to right field. Charging over is Cargill, makes a diving play. Wow. Cargill steps up to the feet And Isabel Cargill goes full extension to snag that one. It would have been a fair ball down the right field line and robs Olivia Matlock of extra bases and possibly an RBI for Brittany Patrick, or possibly a run scored for Brittany Patrick, as Matlock very well could have got her home, especially if Cargill came up empty on that diving attempt. 2 gone now here in the bottom of the 4th. Runners going. It's going to be an awkward throw into center field because it's going to get by both Rath and Patoy. A successful stolen base. It does go down as a strike. As Vanessa Smoke will now see the 0-1 pitch. She is 0 for 1 today. A walk to her name. That pitch is up high, swung on and missed by Smoke. Count goes to 0-2. Oh, 2 outs, bottom of the 4th. Runner on second is Patrick. The pitch to Smoke, up high. Count goes to 1-2. One, two coming in. Swung on the ground over to first. Fielded cleanly by Fessenbeck, and Fessenbeck taps the bag for out number 3. Patrick gets on via the air, but nobody else moves very far. Stranded at second, and we head to the 5th inning of play. The new pitcher for St. Martin's University is Chloe Leverington. She comes in. She'll have a chance to get a 3-inning save, very possibly here. She can clasp off these final 3 innings and allow less than 4 runs. First pitch misses low. Count goes to 1-0. The final line for Ridings is 4 innings pitched, 3 hits allowed. No runs, obviously, 2 walks, or 2 strikeouts to 1 walk. That pitch finds the zone, a good frame by the catcher Schultz behind the plate. We're seeing a catcher at the plate right now in the form of Emily Paulson, who was 0 for 1 today. That one misses low. Count goes to 2-1. No outs. Leverington on the season, man, she is coming off a heck of a day yesterday. Came in and got 2 saves, trying to do the same thing here. This one's up the middle, fielded by Lawson. Lawson throws to first, and that's good for out number 1. had an immaculate inning to finish off her save in game number 1. And having an immaculate inning, period, is a very rare feat. Having an immaculate inning when you're up 1, trying to finish off a save opportunity, that is a heck of a time to do it. Lexi Barcombe steps in now. Barcombe grounded out to first base her first time up. She swings and misses at that one. Count goes to 0-1. Chloe Leverington, originally from Forks, Washington, which is up on the Olympic Peninsula. The 0-1. Again, looking at a possible bunt/slap. Don't know exactly what Barcombe was thinking there, but it misses high. Count goes to 1-1. St. Martin's going for the sweep over Western Washington. It will be big for them, especially confidence-wise, as we get in to conference play as they host Western Oregon on Saturday and Sunday. Big opening series of conference play. 1-2 with 1 out. Leverington fires, and it's slap foul. One, two misses low. Count goes to 2-2. See Convery there in the foreground of your picture. Again, I just love pointing it out every time. She is the center fielder. And you see how far slanted she is. As that's the reason why, hit the opposite way. It's going to be a base hit for Lexi Barcombe, and 1 is aboard with 1 out. Gets right through the 56 hole there between Patrick at third and Connerly at short. Taylor Karami now steps in. Karami broke up the perfect game that Tia Ridings had going through the first 8 batters. She retired all 8 of them. As that one will miss, count goes to 1-0. One out. Top of the 5th inning here of a 7-inning game. Swing and a miss as Karami comes up empty. Still pretty good weather here, 46 degrees. And for those of you family members that are watching in Hawaii, yes, 46 degrees right now is good weather. Drops down the bump, but it'll go foul. I apologize that I even considered that. I apologize for the fact that it came to me so quickly. I just said that, didn't even think about it, and then I realized what I said. Yeah, 46 degrees, a little chilly breeze, but hey, we're all right. We're playing softball. Foul ball. Keep it at 1-2. One, two, 1 out. Another foul ball. Making Leverington work here is Taylor Karami. Unless we get a double play, we'll also see the leadoff batter Williams come up to the plate. 1-2 with 1 out. Low, good block by the catcher Schultz. Count goes to 2-2. Nearing 4:30 local time as this one is laced to short and the field and throw. It is a double play. 6-3 double play. Destiny Connerly grabs that rifle out of the sky and then breaks out a rifle of her own and gets it to Olivia Matlock for the 6-3 double play. That'll do it for the top of the fifth. We'll be right back for the bottom half of the inning. Back here, we're in the bottom of the fifth inning. It is Alexis Slater still pitching. She's about to throw pitch number 50 for herself. Shelby Lawson is the first batter due up. We also expect to see Schmidt and Convery. First pitch into Lawson, misses up high. Count goes to 1-0. Slater has performed admirably since coming on. Has not allowed a run in 2 1/3 innings of work. Only allowed 2 hits. Problem is that she inherited a 4-0 deficit. This one hit well into left field. A base knock from Shelby Lawson. Now Olivia Schmidt steps in. Schmidt 0 for 2. Reached on an error and also struck out. Squares to bunt. Drops it down. Going to be difficult, but Slater will make the play. The throw to second will not be handled cleanly. Nearly got Lawson and a possible double play opportunity, but instead just works out as a sacrifice bunt for Olivia Schmidt to get Lawson into scoring position. One out now. Up steps Megan Convery. First pitch goes up high. Count goes to 1-0. Bottom of the fifth here, 1 out. Runner on second is Lawson. The woman at the plate is Megan Convery. That one right down Main Street. A called strike. Count goes to 1-1. Convery thought about dropping down a bunch. She pulls out of it. No strike called. It's a ball. Count goes to 2-1. I thought she was fairly close to possibly either swinging or it hitting the zone, but neither of those things happened. And it's 2-1 the count. That one misses up and away. Count goes to 3-1. Hitters count for Megan Convery. Three-one pitch coming in. A called strike. We go full. Convery, her first time up, she singled on a bunt that was really could have been a sacrifice bunt. It would have been fine if that was the case, but worked out as a perfectly placed bunt for hit. And then the last time when she was due to the plate, Malia Pinder pinch hit for her. This one slapped on the ground over to third, fielded and thrown. It is safe over at first. Convery beats it out. Lawson moves up to third. There was no bluff from the third baseman Davis to try and freeze. Honestly, there might have been a decent chance at that for maybe Davis to throw a pump fake and turn around, or maybe just turn around straight. Meeting at the circle. But now Haley again steps in. That one ripped up the middle, fielded, thrown for one. There will be no throw for a second, so it's just going to be a fielder's choice that's going to get one on the 4-6 fielder's choice. But the run will score. It's 5-0. Lawson scores Convery out. Up comes Kekai Schultz. Again, 5-0 here, bottom of the fifth. One for two is Kekai Schultz. Runner on first is Agena. First pitch swinging, high fly ball to the outfield. It is off the dirt of the warning track. Agena gets the green light going home. It's an RBI double from Kekai Schultz. It is 6-0, St. Martin's University. We saw a home run from Schultz yesterday, and there you see that same power again as she got under it and just lifted it going all the way to the warning track. 6-0 SMU. Now Brittany Patrick will step in. Patrick 0 for 2 today. Has reached on an error and a walk. First pitch is low from Slater. Count goes to 1-0. St. Martin's, man, a 2-run blast right here from Patrick would end it. We are at that point. If you lead by 8 through 5 innings or more, you win the game via the mercy rule. That one misses low. Count goes to 2-0. That one's in the zone. A called strike. Count goes to 2-1. 2-1. 2 outs. Hit on the ground. Fielded. Oh, it's botched by the shortstop as it took a bad hop for her. And I think that's going to be a hit. And it would have been tough even if she fielded that one cleanly, but you can't expect her to make a play there. So if anybody is wondering why that would go down as a hit rather than an error, that's why. An infield single from Patrick also is pretty deep in the hole. It would have been a tough play to make. First pitch goes up high, but a good snag from the catcher Paulson to keep it at 6-0 because Schultz is standing 60 feet away. We're going to have a meeting in the circle here. And will this be the end of the day for Slater? I don't think so. Not yet. Yeah, it'll just be a quick talk. Going back to 2009. The largest margin of victory for St. Martin's University was a 10-1 win. They wouldn't be able to get that here. Even a 3-run blast would, I guess they could equal that with a 9-run win. But if it's a 2 RBI double or something like that for Destiny Connerly, then it will be stopped at 8-0. That one misses up high. Count goes to 3-0 for Connerly. (3-0), 2 outs. Runners on the corners. Bottom of the 5th here. That one hits the zone, a called strike. Count goes to 3-1. Connerly, 2 for 3 today. 2 singles. Both of them were RBI singles. This one swung on to right field. Will it be fair? It will not. It goes foul. That ball hits in fair territory, and that is the ball game. No doubt about it. Patrick will score from first, and you can sign the check on this one. Instead, we will do a 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. That means Patrick will get to run from first base. Schultz, obviously a hit. She'll score easily. Western Washington try not to get shut out and mercy ruled by St. Martin's University here in game number 2. That one's low. Bases will be loaded. Olivia Matlock steps in with the winning run in scoring position here. She stepped in with the winning run in scoring position at the end of Game 7 as well, and she took a walk to keep the game alive, and in the end it was Shelby Lawson that got the win for SMU. Matlock, if she's able to earn herself a walk here, well, that'll do just fine. Going to look through the goggles and make sure it's Matlock. Anytime there's an extended stoppage, you double check, but it is Matlock at the plate. Pitch from Slater finds the strike zone at the knees of the Saints first baseman. 0 for 3 in this game is Matlock. Ground out, pop out, fly out. Patrick on second with good speed. Schultz on third, Connerly on first. Swung on by Matlock. High fly ball to right field, and it's nabbed by the right fielder Cargill. Bases will be left loaded, but it's 6-0 SMU as we head to the 6th. First pitch is fouled back from Kinsey Williams. Chloe Leverington still out there trying to chip away at a 3-inning save. That is a strike, and it is 0-2. Hit on the ground, fielded by Connerly. What a difficult play that was for Connerly to scrape that off the ground and throw to get the slap hitter, Kinsey Williams, who was firing out of the box. St. Martin's continues to impress with their defense. First pitch hits the outside part of the strike zone. A called strike, count goes to 0-1. Top of the sixth here. It is 6-0. St. Martin's University. T. Riding and Chloe Leverington in the pitching circle trying to team together to get a shutout. And on the other side of the offense, more than happy to think about a possible mercy rule. If they're able to get 2 runs across in the top of the sixth, if Western isn't able to do anything here in the top half of the frame. That one misses low. Count goes to 1-2 on Isabel Cargill. Cargill has 2 ground outs to second. 1-2 count with 1 out. Fouled back. Cargill prepares to receive from Leverington. Again, foul back. I've already mentioned the only pitchers that we have seen for St. Martin's University this season are Ridings, Runyon, and Leverington. Matlock does have pitching experience, however. We'll see if that ever gets put into play. Right now, Jim Peterson should feel mighty comfortable with his 3-headed monster of number 2, number 13, and number 18. This one hit high into shallow, or actually way deeper than I thought, left center field, but all the same, it's a Haley Agena flyout to get out number 2 in the top of the sixth. F7 in your scorebook. Haley Rath now stepping in. Rath 0 for 2. A ground out to third and a flyout to right field. First pitch misses up and in. Count goes to 1-0 on Rath. That one right at the knees and doesn't get called for Leverington. Count goes to 2-0. Sun glaring through here. Apologize for the reflection that you're having to see of me calling the game. As the count is now 3-0. That one finds the knees. It's a called strike. Hits the zone. It's a full count. 3-2, 2 outs, bases empty, top of the 6th. Leverington trying to be 3 outs away from finishing off this contest unless their offense can do it in the bottom half of this inning. High fly ball, deep center field, backing up to the fence, and it just goes over the fence. Megan Convery can't come up with it. It's a solo shot by Haley Rath, her second home run of the contest. Not this contest, but the day. I meant the day. That one was to straight away center field. What a crack from the freshman. It is 6-1 as the shutout is gone with that solo blast. Kanilehua Patoi now stepping in. Infield's going to meet and have a quick conversation with the pitcher in Chloe Leverington. It's one of those things that it's a little bit easier to shake off when you're up 6-1. This one's a grounder foul down the third base line. Let me try and move this out of your angle here. As this one's hit into the outfield, and a diving catch by the right fielder, Olivia Schmidt. And that will end this top of the 6th. A solo blast from Western Washington makes it 6-1. St. Martin's still up top. Back here in the, what inning are we in? We're in the bottom of the 6th. It is Vanessa Smoke that was slated to lead off this inning. But we have a pinch hitter coming in, is Kaylee Lugowski. Lugowski, freshman outfielder from Rockland, California, standing 5'10", will step into the right-handed batter's box to lead off this frame in place of Smoke. First pitch is up high. It is a called strike, apparently. Maybe you had an argument to say that she went, but well, I don't know about that one being called there. Mentioned it before, but Legowski is the second tallest player on this roster, so does have, in theory, the second tallest strike zone. That one is a swing and a miss. Count goes to 0-2 for Legowski. 6-1 our scoreline here, bottom of the 6th. St. Martin's looking possibly for a mercy rule, but at the very least, maybe some insurance, 1 or 2 to add on to give them enough space to close this one out. That one misses high. Count goes to 1-2. 1-2 pitch with no outs coming in to Legowski. Swung on, foul ball. One, two. No outs, bottom of the sixth here, 6-1 SMU. Bases empty as this one's high and away. Count goes to 2-2. A 2-2 pitch coming in to Legowski. That one is right down the middle. A called strike 3 as Legowski's caught looking. One is away here in the bottom of the sixth. Now Shelby Lawson will come in. We do have a new first baseman into the game, as Bay, number 18, started this inning at first base, in for number 44, Fessenbeck. Foul ball, count goes to 0-1, not called into action yet over there on first base is Bay. Oh, 1 coming in. I want to hit the zone. It's 0-2. Oh-2 swung on, hit hard down the left field line, but it's foul. Just pulled it a little bit too much there. We're going to do another 0-2 pitch. That one skips in the dirt. Count will go to 1-2. Again, Lawson rips it with authority, but again, she pulls it foul. One-two pitch coming in. High fly ball to right field. Tracking over to make the play is Cargill. She does that. And we got 2 gone here after the F9 in inning number 6. Olivia Schmidt now slated to come up. Will it be her? It does look to be her. Yes, it is. Olivia Schmidt will bat in the 8 spot once again. She's 0 for 2 today. A sac bunt her last time up. It was a weird situation there. I think Schmidt got hit with that, but home plate umpire said, no, it's still going to be a ball, but you leaned into it. So Schmidt will have to come back and take the 1-0 pitch. She'll swing at the 1-0, foul it back, and we'll go to 1-1. One pitch with 2 outs and the bases empty. Misses up high. Count goes to 2-1. Two outs here. In the bottom of the 6th. Last chance upcoming for Western Washington. Unless we see 3 runs scored by St. Martin's. This one is a fair ball down the left field line. It'll get stuck near the tarp, and Olivia Schmidt has ripped herself a stand-up double. Megan Convery now stepping in. Convery is 2 for 2 in this game. 2 infield singles. She was also pinch hit for once. So that's why she doesn't have a third at-bat, as most Saints in the lineup do. 2 outs. Schmidt standing on second. First pitch paints the outside corner of the zone. A called strike. Count will go to 0-1. With runner on second. Swung on, slapped to third. The field and the throw. It will be a bad throw in the dirt. 1 run will score. Convery will slide into second. It will be an E5 on the throw from Davis. Schmidt scores, makes it 7-1. And clearly there will be some extra fielding work needed to be done by Western Washington after the game today. They've had some defensive struggles that have hurt them in big moments. That is just one of them there. They've kept innings alive and allowed St. Martin's a chance. It was definitely the story in Game 1. This one, however, is hit to second, fielded cleanly, and it will end the inning. 1 is tacked on as Schmidt scores. We head to the 7th, the last chance for Western Washington, down 6. The last chance for Western Washington University is Bay, Davis, and Paulson. 5-6-7. First pitch, a strike in from Chloe Leverington, trying to finish off a 3-inning save for herself. Count is 0-1 here Thank all of you for tuning in. Hopefully you can hang on to watch the final 3 outs if that's what happens. If not, you're in for a heck of a comeback. But I still think you should stick around to see the conclusion of this game. You never know what can happen in this sport. 0-2 pitch coming in with no outs here to Bay, who came in as a defensive replacement last inning. We also saw her pinch hit with the bases loaded in game number 1. That was in the top of the second, where she came up empty with the bases loaded. That was a huge moment in that game, especially a game that ended up as a walk-off win by St. Martin's University. Whew. Doesn't get the punch-out pitch there as it's just outside. Count goes to 1-2. That would have been strike number 3 and 1 down in the top of the 7th. Instead, we will see a 1-2 pitch. Leverington rocks on the circle. A foul ball. Bay on the season. .556 batting average. It's going down a little bit. Actually, I believe it's probably right at 500 now, as she went 0 for 1 in game 1 with that pinch hit that she came unsuccessful. This one swung on a high fly ball. Schmidt coming in. Schmidt will make the play in right field, and that'll be out number 1 here in the top of the 7th. Now it's Amaya Davis stepping in. Davis had a great game 1, cooled off here in game 2, a fly out and a pop out for the Western Washington third baseman. First pitch swinging, a foul ball beyond the glove of Brittany Patrick, her counterpart at third base for the Saints. Count goes to 0-1. Leverington gets the sign, looks at her wristband. Fires that one just off the plate. Got to give it up once again, as you would if you watched the doubleheader yesterday for Kekai Schultz. She has played all of these games behind home plate, catching for the Saints, and done a great job there. That's going to be a base knock by Amaya Davis as she connected with that one well. Ripped it into left field. Again, caught it off a hop. But one is aboard here with 1 out in the top of the 7th. Just past 5 o'clock. We started this game at 3 o'clock, pretty much on the dot. Looks like we'll get a pinch hitter maybe? Pinch runner? Yeah, we're going to get a pinch runner. As it'll be number 20 pinch running. That is Michaela Liljenberg. That's a good move by Cheryl Gilmore to get Liljenberg in. The senior is from Olympia, Washington, so maybe playing in front of some friends or family out here, and going to get a chance to run the bases. First pitch is on the outside to Emily Paulson, the Western Washington catcher here in game number 1, or game number 2. Sorry, I kind of forget what game we're on. This is like, this is a lot of straight days of me working, and the brain is quite fooled as that one goes between Patrick's legs. That's going to be an error on Brittany Patrick. So an E5 will allow Paulson to reach. And we're going to see a pinch runner as well. making us earn our money here in the final couple minutes. It'll be Crum that will come in. Crum was the starter in the outfield and left field in game one. Barcombe comes to the plate. First pitch is just low. And the count will go to 1-0. That one will hit the zone, a called strike. Count is now 2-1. We're actually going to change that to a hit. As that's a foul ball. Count will go 2-2. One out. Runner on first is Crum. Runner on second is Liljenberg. And Barcombe is at the plate. A 1-for-2 day for her. That one misses. Count goes full. 3-2 pitch. Upcoming. A ball here starts to make it interesting. It'll be a slapped foul. Ball here would load the bases for the number 9 batter in the lineup. That's Karami. Three-two pitch. Swung on. It's going to get by. A green light being given. That's going to be an error in left field as Agena did not field that cleanly. The stop sign was up, so call it a single and then an E7 to advance everybody up a base. Foul ball starts us off in this at-bat. 7-2 is our scoreline. Still one out. A 1 pitch is also fouled back. Count goes to 0-2. It'll stay there with another foul ball. Getting a little bit more interesting with 2 runners in scoring position. They both score. It's a 3-run game. And all it would really take would be a Karami base hit. Barcombe has decent wheels at second. This one low and away off the plate. Count goes to 1-2. 1-2, 1 out. Runner on second and third. 7-2, St. Martin's in front. They've been in front comfortably all game. But Western Washington starting to make it look a little bit interesting. This is a high fly ball, foul down the left field line. We'll do 1-2 once more. Temperature maybe dipping a little bit. Maybe at least it feels like it with the sun now fully blocked by the clouds. It is still 46 degrees according to temperature I have. This one ripped up the middle. It's a base hit. Red light at third base, so just an RBI single from Karami, and that'll flip over the lineup card and continue to keep this inning alive. Crum scores, Barcombe to third, Karami over at first. Up comes Kinsey Williams. St. Martin's has not put any action in the bullpen. Maybe Jim Peterson might start to think about it now, as it is a 7-3 ball game. This one misses low. Count goes to 1-0. Williams, 1 for 3 today. She singled into center field. Trust me, I've seen crazier things happen than a 7-run inning. This one's hit over to third, fielded by Patrick and thrown to first base for out number 2. The runner was also frozen at third in Barcombe, so nobody scores there. And a big second out of the inning on the 5-3 ground out. Leverington needs just one more out to finish off a sweep of Western Washington to close out their non-conference schedule. This one is swung on, a high fly ball. Brittany Patrick will come in and make the catch for out number 3 and out number 21 on the day for St. Martin's University. That does it. A little bit interesting at the end, but that's all she wrote from Saints Field. A pop fly to the third baseman, the final out. Let's go over some of the statistics from today's game. As the win will go to Tia Riding. She pitched 4 innings, allowed 0 earned runs, 2 strikeouts, and a walk. The losing pitcher goes to Harai. 1 2/3 innings pitched, 1 earned run allowed, 1 strikeout, and 2 walks. The save, her pitch in the final 3 innings, will go to Chloe Leverington. St. Martin's, an offensive performance from them as they got the job done. Pushed 7 runs across. On a Western Washington side, took advantage of 3 errors by Western Washington. It was 2 hits by Schultz, 2 hits by Connerly, 2 by Lawson, and 2 by Convery. The run scoring came from Schmidt and Agena primarily. Agena, as they each scored a pair of runs. 3 RBIs from Schultz, and Connerly had herself 2 RBIs. On the other side, it was Barcombe and Karemi, the bottom of the lineup, that each came up with 2 hits. Just an RBI for Rath on her solo shot, and Karemi as on the RBI single that you just saw. Rath scored herself a run, as did Liljenberg and Crum. 7-3, our final score here in Game 2. St. Martin's takes care of business all the way around, walking off Game 1 and winning Game 2 7-3. That'll do it for all of us here at St. Martin's Athletics. And a special shout-out to Jeff Evans, the SID at Western Washington, that helped me out today. My name is Scott Gladstone. Please have a great rest of your night and stay safe out there.